You 1,000% in that drawer. Add on Sports ESPN. Tweeted us about that.
What's in the drawer?
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Martha was ready to switch to a career in IT.
There's always a need for IT specialists, especially with AI coming out and cybersecurity. It's practically recession-proof.
My Computer Career even provides job placement help.
The career specialists, they're very helpful. They care about you as a person. You're not just a number to them. I would recommend My Computer Career wholeheartedly to anyone.
Take the free career evaluation today. Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. Not available in Washington State.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to the Morning After on 101 ESPN. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on a program, Doug, that solicits your involvement not just via the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101, but perhaps in the construction of what I have described in the pre-show meeting is a dossier heavy on words but light on meat.
Well,
it says 7 o'clock, show open, Sadie Hawkins, dealer's choice, Chuck Marlo in studio, exclamation point, show announcement, exclamation point, spreading Christmas cheer.
I like it. Jackson learned from Frank. You just sell it, man. You put an exclamation behind it.
do we have time for all that?
That's the thing. That's why I wanted to try to pack it all in there.
Yeah, okay.
Try to get out front.
But Charlie's not in the studio.
At 9 o'clock, he will.
9 o'clock, okay.
So this is really kind of a pregame to the
That's what
Marlo
this
arrival.
is.
And then he did text me. I might be a few minutes late. I'm like, we're promoting it.
Chuckles.
We're promoting it as 9 to 10. I think we do a heavy Charlie drop leading into like the next 2 hours. Sort of an homage until he walks through the door.
Allow people to get their appetizer of the great Charlie Marlo before he appears on the program at 9 o'clock. And we welcome two-part questions for Charlie Marlo as well. In addition to Robert Thomas, who's going to join us from Calgary, which, Doug, is, of course, home of the Saddle Dome, which 80% of the dais is aware of.
Yep, I know what it was.
And Robert Thomas was a candidate to be part of that Four Nations face-off and did not get the call from Team Canada. I'm not sure how worried he was. How aware are you, gentlemen, of what the Four Nations face-off is?
Doug, the Four Nations are what?
Canada, the U.S., Norway, and Sweden.
Finland.
Oh,
Finland and Sweden.
Close. Did you know there wasn't an NHL All-Star game this year? I did not realize that. I guess they announced it previously with this Four Nations format, and that will take the place of the NHL All-Star. Are you sad there won't be an NHL All-Star game?
I don't mind it. I think I'm more apt to watch this than I would be the NHL All-Star game.
And I was reading that they went with like the top-ranked countries, not Larry Nichols, but in terms of hockey. And Germany is in like the top 4 or 5 with hockey programs, but they don't have enough NHL players. Shot at Thomas Greiss.
Yeah, it did take a shot at Greiss.
And then Czechoslovakia was mad because they thought they had a good beef to have a team in there. They're kind of like, Ole Miss, Czechoslovakia, and they feel they belong. And then
they
Russia,
don't exist?
They're not allowed in. Well, what is it? The Czech Republic. I apologize.
Jackson,
Was that
he's kinda- he's
oh,
kinda
my
held you
God.
accountable.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's
He's kind of
my
held you accountable.
God.
well, it's not like it happened last week. It's kind
Saddle
of
Dome fact-checking.
Oh, my God. I'd rather know that the Saddle Dome is the home of the Flames than know whether it's the Czech Republic or I know it's not Czechoslovakia, but you know what I mean. It's that area there.
sure. Hey, listen.
I think that's their tourism slogan.
It's that area there.
Yeah, come to Prague.
I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but apparently Prague and that area is an awesome place to visit.
Did you
it is
go there?
Beautiful.
You were just there
that
last
whole
year,
area,
right?
yeah. It's a gorgeous area. Around there, you wonder, why do all these people move here? Why do so many Europeans move to the United States? Because it's a beautiful country. It's
Doug, we're
gorgeous
the
countries.
land of opportunity, man.
You kid, but that's what it is. When I was in Greece, we drove around on a tour bus. One of the oldest countries on earth, and for miles and miles, you'd see nobody. The olive trees, and I asked the tour guide, I said, where is everybody? This country's been around for 2,000 years.
We're just getting out.
He said they all have to go somewhere else to get jobs.
I think that's it. Land of opportunity. They come here, they do overnight radio, and they hope that it goes well.
Yeah.
That's kind of the model they're teaching the kids in Prague.
I would want to do it, too, if you had messages like we had right when we went on the air in the TMA STL YouTube chat, Doug. They wait for us with messages of positivity, Martin.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why Doug and I love doing this, and Doug wants to do it for another 20 years.
Yeah.
He said.
I'd like to maybe do it into my 90s. I really think that's in the cards.
It's messages
I think
like
Skip
this.
Irwin did.
Morning, gentlemen. Thank you for a great week of laughs and for all you do for us Dan listeners. Take care of yourselves and each other. That's from Jackson's Drop Auditor. How about that?
Well, he's telling us what to do now, and I never liked that.
Wow, that's good.
Okay.
Did seem like there was some positivity there. I'll take that on this chilly. It's a brisk morning.
Boy,
18 degrees.
It was awful.
Uh-oh.
I had to walk almost 50 feet from an underground parking garage to my car into this building.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Bitterly cold.
John Ed is breaking the story that Doug is on the air for 2 more years.
I am? That's a long time.
What did you think, Doug, when you got recruited to be part of this madness?
That was 2007, Martin.
I was thinking I had a kid in college and another in private high school, and I better take any other job. If Walmart had called, I'd be there.
So
Big
was-
endorsement for the show.
So was Walmart or the morning after?
Pretty much.
Do you regret
Yeah.
the decision?
Well, Walmart had a better retirement plan.
Oh, why?
He's got that amazing radio show.
Is that a shot at 1380? Matt Holliday joins the program.
Yeah, that was 1380. It was above. What was the name of that sex shop you would go to?
I didn't go there, not once. It wasn't Dr. John's, was it?
Ah, there you go. New
Was it?
sponsor.
No,
I think it was.
Was it?
And then there was Show Me's, I think, that had the wing and fry party. If you won the email of the day, you would get a wing and fry party for an hour for 20 people. And I always
Eat
thought,
as much as you can.
I always thought that was very...
Hey, baby, I'll go the first half hour. You get the back half hour, okay?
Shifts.
I'll take the first part.
I put a couple of those to use myself back in
There
the
you
day.
go.
Wow.
So Jason Curtis won a wing and fry party. If you want to win nothing but still the pride of winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, email into the program the morning after at InsideSTL.com. John N. in the YouTube chat just broke that Doug is retiring in 2 years. The listeners always know exactly what's going on.
Okay.
And John N. is Doug's representation, and so that announcement has been made on December 5th, 2024.
How about we get you a little party at Show Me's as a send-off? Only for an hour. We'll have a little send-off.
Wings?
Wings and fries for an hour.
Okay.
That
That'd be
whole
fine.
studio smelled like Show Me's because it was coming through the ceiling. And I had Dick Ford, the legendary newsman, come down for a segment. And I tried to describe where on the landing, kind of across from the old spaghetti factory. And he came upstairs. You didn't tell me there's a smut shop downstairs. I said, oh, God. Oh, God. And then Mandy Murphy came down there one time. I don't know what I do to these people. And we tried to tidy up.
Oh, it's a beautiful area.
Well, we tried to tidy up the studio, and she sits down, and I didn't notice, but right in front of her was one of those Mr. Skin books.
Oh, no.
That could have been from Ken Iggy's.
I believe it was Kenneth.
He had a wonderful connection to Mr. Skin.
All right, Mandy, let me move that. You know, Jamie Lee Curtis showed her boobs 4 times. I'm like, what? Not now. Not now.
Doug, I'm not using the heat in my car this morning because Tim's voice makes me feel warm and safe. That's from Engine Joe's Cave Ride. Magic Man. And it's wonderful to have those kinds of supportive texts as well. I do think that there is a lead because we didn't get a chance to talk about it right after Benji Molina left the studio yesterday. Martin, you're still doing the onboarding, and so we didn't get a chance to talk about it. But Benji Molina came in yesterday really not to like set the world on fire by any means. He was on 106.5 The Arch with Courtney and the Riz Show promoting his Christmas toy drive. And Ben Boyd, what is his official responsibility? He's worked here. He worked at 1380 above the sex shop.
He was Bernie's guy
Cam
for a long
Wax,
time. Yeah, Cam Wax. He's, I think, his official, I don't know his official title, but he works for the Cardinals.
Would you call him a broadcast liaison?
He runs their whole radio network.
Okay, there
He's
you go.
involved,
He's a broadcast liaison.
Yeah, involved with Cardinal Radio and the Spanish radio. He's in the booth a lot of times with Polo and Benji. So
He's
he
a
actually
wonderful gentleman. So
works
he texted me
for
about
the Cardinals.
He texted me a couple nights ago about Benji coming in the studio and talking over. I said, sure, absolutely. But look forward to having the conversation. And then that conversation, which again was about to promote his toy drive, which is on December 7th at Ted Drew's on Chippewa, and then 314 Sports Cards on December 8th, and Taqueria Durango later in the afternoon on December 8th. Then we started talking about his brother, Yadi, and the potential for his involvement with the Cardinals, because the plan was, and it was promoted as such, that he was going to be involved last year. And did he ever make an appearance?
He never made an appearance last year. Now, all of that hubbub was real. It was the Wainwright retirement day. He asked for a meeting with Mozeliak and said, I want to get more involved. I think I can help. I want to coach. I want to be in the dugout. And I think, and I don't know, I wasn't there. Mozeliak said, seriously, you're going to do 162. You think about that. And then Yadi said, yeah, I'm serious. And I think they kept saying, you don't want to do this. You don't want to go to Pittsburgh on a Tuesday in April. You just don't. And I think the reality finally set in for Molina. Okay, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I was too excited about the idea. I want to get back. I want to get involved. And then they came up with this assistant to the GM. But I do think it hurts Molina's credibility a little bit that he didn't show up at all last season. Not that that takes away from his baseball resume. Would he be a great manager? It doesn't matter whether he showed up in 2024. Maybe he's the smart guy for not coming around this mess. And I do think that may have been a little bit of it. He just didn't see any hope, so he didn't come around. But I think he was legitimate, wants to get involved. And the fact that he's managing in all these different leagues, Venezuela, now to the Dominican, I think he's letting you know he's serious about it. He's not just saying, hey, I wouldn't mind being a manager. I'm down here at the TGI Fridays in San Juan. Give me a call. I mean, he's doing it.
That's right. He is doing it. He is having success with it, albeit not at the major league level, but he is doing it. He does love it. And so his brother, Benji Molina, Jackson, was on the program yesterday, and he was talking about a variety of different opportunities he currently has with major league teams, his desire with the Cardinals, and Chairman Kurt sent out via our TMA-STL social media on Twitter, TMA-STL, TMA_STL on Instagram, on TikTok, TMA-STL as well. Some of these clips, which then made their way around the Cardinal fan universe. And this is what people were talking about. So here is some of the context. Jackson, what clip do we have to start things off, sir?
Probably the timeline on when Yadi would likely manage is probably the best to start off with.
All right, then. Hit the lever, please, Pale.
He always said it. He always said to us that he wants to manage. He wants to manage. He always said that. The problem with it's not a problem. It's a good thing to have. It's that my nephew he's going to be next 2 years are going to be the last in high school. And if he goes into baseball, Yadi, he will miss training him. He will miss all this time with him. So my thinking always was like when my nephew gets out of high school, it's more sure that Yadi will come back and coach wherever. He had offers. I'll tell you that. He had offers, not only St. Louis, he had offers to coach. Turned him down because of the family. But I think he's going to come back. I think he's going to come back when his son goes to college or something like that. He's going to make an appearance.
So that would be the 2026 timeline, for the record, because his son has another year after this one. Right. All right, Jackson, what do we have next year?
This one, I think, is the one that was getting people fired up a little bit on social media.
All right, go ahead.
Do you think that would go right to managing? And does he have a desire to be in St. Louis more so than another organization?
He doesn't want to go anywhere else. I'll tell you that right now. But he's not shutting the doors either. Like if St. Louis doesn't offer him a job, like managing, for whatever reason, doesn't offer, he's not closing the doors on any team. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like, he would love to stay here. He would love to come here and manage. But if it doesn't happen, hey, somebody else will give him a job, you know?
Would he come here and coach? If he's on a staff, would he be open to coaching first?
I don't think Yadi is, in my opinion, I don't think Yadi is a coach level type thing. I think Yadi is a manager wherever he goes.
And if it's not open in St. Louis, some other team says, hey, we'll take him. You think he'd do it for that opportunity?
He has so many offers right now.
As a manager or a
teams.
coach?
Manager.
To manage other major league teams. Wow.
He does. So it's up to him. I know he wants to stay here in St. Louis, do his thing in St. Louis. But, man, you never know. You know, if he doesn't get it here, I don't think he's afraid of going anywhere because it's a managerial job.
And I did see people comment online, well, there's only so many openings or nobody. It doesn't matter. Look at Jim Montgomery. There wasn't an opening in St. Louis. They created one. So I wouldn't use that as any measure. But it sounds like there's interest from other teams. I think that's legitimate. I don't know what the offers specifically are.
He said coaching offers. I don't think he said managerial offers from other teams.
No, I think he was
said
specific.
manager?
That it was,
I don't know.
We both followed up on that.
He kept saying manager, because I said, well, are they calling him to join the staff, like to be a coach? He kept saying manager. And we could split those hairs all day. It doesn't matter. The question would be, is it a fit? And if it is, at some point, not today, tomorrow, I guess, do you think he'd be a good manager for the Cardinals? And I think people mostly would be over the moon. I think some would say, I don't know, he disappeared that one summer. Remember, they had to beg him to come back. Remember, Albert and Waino were on, like, FaceTime with him to come on back. So I think that has some people concerned about, you know, would he truly be committed to do it? But it's hard to imagine he wouldn't be the most competitive SOB in the dugout. And kind of a little bit of that La Russa DNA. And I asked the media question, which I know people, I don't give a damn. But,
I know that was a great question. I'm glad you asked it. It's a real part of the job. Whether it's not about, we want to have access for sound bites. It's a real part of the job, and it's a grueling 200 a day a year part of the job.
And my point in bringing that up is I think he would hate that part of it. That was my concern. Not whether or not, he gave me a bad interview. I don't care about that. this is, I would say, minimum, they spend about an hour a day with media. Now, and I heard you guys talking about Belichick, Saban, which I agree, it's a good point, personality-wise, disdain for the media. But those guys probably talk 3-4 days a week. College, even less than the NFL. I mean, Drinkwitz talks once a week, I think. Tuesdays, and then after the game.
What about the conversation with Chris Trevino?
On the sideline. Those are brief. Those are brief.
Well, maybe Yadi could use that. Maybe Yadi could use that play.
And you just say to Yadi, M-I-Z? And he gives you a little Z-O-U. But the manager of a baseball team meets before the game with all the writers. They sit around and talk some ball, Tim. They like to talk ball.
Yeah. I used to be in there with the skipper.
Oh, I like to be a fly on the wall for those, because the Bernies and Joe Strauss and Derek Gould, Hummel, those guys would just sit in there, and LaRusso would be working on stuff at his desk. He's got his glasses on. He might have been working on the lineup. He might have been, texting Bob Knight. You have no idea, because they weren't really engaging each other. And there'd be a TV on.
That's right.
And they would just kind of let it go quiet for a while. They're just like, hey, did you see that Lakers game last night? And they would talk about that. And I was like, we're waiting for our soundbite because of this? So the writers sit in there and hold court.
Oftentimes, by the way, with a Western from the 1950s or 60s on the television.
I like a good spaghetti Western.
Yeah, man, Shane, that guy was a real badass. Like, we're watching Shane before we play the Phillies?
Do you think that Yadi would invite the members of the media in?
I don't think they'd be hanging out.
No.
I've never seen it at that level. I think the skipper enjoyed the back and forth. But you do that in spring training. They sit in your office and just hang out. I think Matheny disdained it and had a growing disdain for it. And I walked in, opening game at Citi Field, which would have been, what year was that, Tim? 2018?
Was that 2018?
I don't know the years.
And there was a member of the St. Louis media, and he had his feet on Matheny's desk. And I'm not going to say who, but I
mean, it had to have been Rich Gould.
It was not Rich Gould. You think I'm going to New York? But
had his feet on his desk.
100%, because I was alarmed.
Can I get an age range on the person?
Initials, please.
No, I'm definitely not doing that.
Stu Clytenic.
It's not a day-to-day. It wouldn't be top of mind. But I was thinking, Mike Matheny already probably could live without us. And now you do that.
Can't believe it.
And he's probably thinking, manners, sir, excuse me. It was unbelievable. But you meet with him before the game.
Was it the skipper? Was it Jeff Skipper?
It was not.
Citi Field opened in 2009.
Yes, this would have been 2018 when they opened at Citi Field.
Oh, God, I thought you said when Citi Field opened. My apologies.
Well, I mean,
Jackson keeps trying to dunk on you.
Sorry.
I guess it's not due time. But anyway, then the game ends. They talk again. It's constant, and I don't think Molina would enjoy that. And Benji made a good point. He's not competing as a player. He doesn't have to worry about hitting that night or catching, so he has a little less of that pressure. So that's one factor. I think Cardinal fans would largely love it. Would you not agree?
Well, Chairman Kurt, you did a Gallup poll on the TMA STL Twitter account yesterday. What were the results?
Pulling it up now, 767 votes, 74% said yes, they would approve.
74% said
It's almost a quorum.
You think that's because they want him or they just want to change?
It's a good question.
I think both.
Yeah, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
What else did you have in the sound from that interview? Because he talked about the staff, and this certainly was of note, but I don't think this was one of the social media clips, or was it? Was it one of the? It was one of the social media
Yeah, I put
clips.
that one out later in the afternoon.
Yeah, and that got people excited. What do you think the strengths would be? He obviously had a ridiculously successful, likely Hall of Fame baseball playing career. What do you think his strengths? What would he bring to the table? What has he been bringing to the table as a manager that's already shown his ability, that's gotten him, as you say, some job offers in Major League Baseball?
Well, I think Yadi's mind is way ahead of us. Way ahead in the game.
Like a baseball savant?
Yeah, like whenever I had a chance to talk to him and after the games, and we'll sit down watching 5 TVs, 5 different games. His brain goes from one to the other. He's way ahead of time. And like calling the game, from what I see from Yadi, I think what he brings is his brain, man. And then he's nice to people, to the players. And he's always going to try to teach him his experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Bring him over. Hey, Martin, don't do this because this happened, Try this. Hey, try, everything together. Plus, Yadi's not going to come coach with just any coaches. He probably is going to bring a couple coaches that are, 100%, 150% on board with his idea of coaching.
I like he went on to say he brought up Albert Pujols and Adam Wainwright. Not to say that would be the deal, but that he would be able to talk with guys like Albert Pujols and Adam Wainwright to be a part of it, for the record.
I guess the question is, would it happen? And moving forward, it's going to be Chaim Bloom's operation. He doesn't have any connection to Yadier Molina. Whether that should be a factor, or I just think it could be a factor.
I think there are two things as I hear Benji Molina talk about this. And again, he was in to promote his Christmas toy drive, and then we just started talking about a variety of topics, and that's what got going here. Number one, the organization, since Tony La Russa left, has been doing nothing but hiring first-time Major League managers. Do they want to go down that road for a fourth straight time? And then secondarily, another trait, my opinion, of the last three managers they've hired since Tony La Russa is these are people who I think can be more controlled than Yadier Molina. I don't know if Yadier Molina would listen to Bill DeWitt Jr., the chairman, much less Chaim Bloom. We used to joke at spring training that if Molina and Mike Shannon would park their car in the middle of the field, people would just go, hell, we're going to play around it because we don't want to walk up to him and tell him to move it. So to have Molina in the manager's office, it's going to take you more back to a La Russa era. I'm sure some fans love the idea of that, and that's fun from a fan standpoint, but from an organization standpoint, if you have a guy who is number one, respected by the fan base and loved by the fan base as he is, but then also as headstrong as he is, how would that play? And maybe that's something that they want, or because then it commands respect from the players, or maybe it's something that they would prefer to avoid. And then again, it's a first-time Major League manager. So those two things are the things I think about.
Yeah, and I think the way baseball has gone of late, it's to have players or managers who largely do what they're told. I think that's sort of the model that's more prevalent right now. So I think that would be a concern, because he's feisty as a player, competitor, and I think he would say, this guy you want to call up, he's terrible. Get somebody else. And they're not used to that in baseball. I think he would be outspoken and critical of moves they want to make. Hey, we're going to sign so-and-so. No, he's terrible. I mean, I think he would weigh in on all of that, which would be, I think, healthy. I would love that. Remember, La Russa and Mozeliak battled. The quote in the paper, Mozeliak said, I picked the players, and La Russa said, I make out the lineup. Remember that? They went back and forth about roster decisions. I sort of miss those days.
Excuse me. Traditionally, teams don't hire star players to be the manager. It really hadn't worked out very often. A few times, Joe Torre, Frank Robinson, Yogi Berra had some years. But for the most part, it's guys like La Russa and Herzog who made it to the major leagues, but briefly, and have a better kind of feel for what it takes for that 25th player on the roster to compete, rather than the star who would, a lot of things came rather easily to them. And I don't know that these guys, especially you talk about Pujols and Wainwright as possible coaches, and Molina too, guys who've made a fortune, more money than you could possibly spend. Are they really going to want to get to the stadium at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and pour over a video of the Washington Nationals relief pitchers? I don't think so.
No, I think it's a legitimate point, but this is a guy who's going to Venezuela, going to the Dominican, clearly, he could be sitting on his yacht in Puerto Rico, and he's doing it right now. I agree with that premise, and I said this a year ago when everybody made fun of me for just saying it's what he wants to do. I didn't say it's my idea. It doesn't make sense to you and me. To him, he feels, and if you talk to Benji or even Jose, these guys, when they would come around, they talk about paying the game back. It's like they believe that, and it's part of the Molina DNA. I guess the better question is, would it make your team better? And who cares about the media stuff? If he hates, the point of bringing that up is, would he be miserable? Would he just hate, oh my God, what am I doing? And you got Matt Holliday, who wanted to be the bench coach, and then finally realized this makes no sense.
I was about to bring that up. You've had two former Cardinals who were about to take on a role, and then when it almost became time to actually do it, they go, I don't know.
Right.
But were they for different reasons?
Maybe the same reason, because Holliday also has kids in high school that he wanted to train.
But again, you're aware of that situation when you accept the job, and then when it's about time to go down to Jupiter and begin the whole process of working with minor leaguers and so on, and then go, oh my God, I do have a Tuesday night game in Pittsburgh in April. This is not what I want to do. But Molina, there's some, one of the things I recall, Jim Edmonds said this one time, and I think it was on the show. He goes, people don't realize this, and then he's not saying this for sympathy purposes, but most of us are done in our mid-30s, and then we have a whole nother life to live. We don't need to work, and I know that doesn't sound good to people, but mathematically, that's the situation financially. And we also, through, from 5 years old to present day, we were competing day in and day out. So you're actually bored. You might have a few months or a year where you're like, this is great. And then you go, I need to do something. And then on top of it, if you were fueled by competition, you got to fill that void somehow. And that's why some guys wind up making some bad business decisions. They get in and that's how they're going to compete. They get obsessed with golf or something along those lines. But for Molina, I think we all would agree, the guy, and Albert Pujols for that matter, is obsessed with the game. And if he's also obsessed with competition, that is where it comes in, and that's greater than the travel, headaches and the headaches of the media and whatever other nonsense would go on. Because, again, he's doing it right now throughout the Caribbean, and it's not like he needs to be doing that or he's experiencing some great financial reward.
Bernie Federko talked about that with the Blues opening a week or two ago, where it's fun to stay in the game as a broadcaster. Maybe not so much if you had to look at the 80-hour work week that some of these coaches and managers put in. You asked him, I guess that was 2 weeks ago, because Montgomery hadn't been hired yet, but we were wondering about it, if he ever had any interest in being a coach. And the word hadn't gotten out of Doug's mouth, and he said no. It was instantaneous. But it's a case-by-case scenario for each particular athlete. You are welcome to give your thoughts. Are you on board? Do you like the idea? Do you dislike the idea of another first-time major league manager? Your thoughts are welcome. You can call in Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101 or text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. 146 friends of the Feather, including Don Pepe, Stag, Ted Gann. You know Ted Gann, right? I don't. And the old hipster are in the YouTube chat right now at youtube.com/TMASTL, and you can go in there and talk it over and watch the program. Jackson and I, Martin, are wearing matching St. Gabriel's golf tournament sweatshirts. It was not coordinated. It was not coordinated.
You didn't text at 4 a.m.?
No, I did not. But I saw that when he was putting his shirt back on, and I thought, look at this.
No, wait a minute. Putting it back on.
Whoa. Due time.
Is this in the locker room here outside the studio?
Missed the show prep
we always
meeting.
have a steam before the show.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. I decided not to wear a hat because all the video yesterday, I wore that.
You wore a stocking cap and you were accused of not having a home.
The last couple of days, it was cold out. I'm like, who cares? It's radio. And I always forget this stupid thing's on TV. And then
I've never called this show stupid thing.
And then Ben Boyd is putting out video, and the chairman's got video, and the cat tweets out, "Why does Martin look so mad?"
It was kind of your Scully was kind of you looked like Little John from Robin Hood.
Oh, that's too deep a reference for me.
Somebody brought
Ledoux English.
Wow, it was even over Dennis Miller's head.
Somebody brought that up to me yesterday, and I told him exactly that. I said, I bet he doesn't necessarily realize that he's on camera for 3 hours.
Plus. Right. I put on my time card. Left at 10:06. Chris called, and I left at 10:05. But the cat tweets out you look mad, and I just wrote him back. Well, it's to everybody, but I replied, it's a new look. Not tough, not cool. That's right. Which is a reference to Tough and Cool.
Tough and Cool Radio.
So it's kind of a joke to me, to the cat. Except it gets liked or retweeted by Benji Molina. And then Matt Adams liked it, and I'm like, okay, it's not a thing. So then this morning I got up, and it's cold as a Dickens. I said, I'm going to I'm not wearing a knit cap, even though it's 2 degrees out.
Yeah, 18 degrees. And
thanks for watching, everybody.
Get involved on the program. Many ways to do so. YouTube chat and, of course, calling in, texting in. And the program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We had Ed Herman in. Wonderful debate with Ed Herman. I'd be curious what he would have to say since he's so passionate about the Cardinals and Major League Baseball in general. Brown and Crouppen is local, founded in 1979. And don't you want a local law firm if you're in a spot where you need the services of Brown and Crouppen, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case in the local environment? If you do need their services, they are online at brownandcrouppen.com. TMA.com or call 314-222-2222, or you can go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about it here on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Get involved. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
That's not accurate. We had a Cusimano drop.
That's right.
I think we had a Chuck Marlo drop, but there were more than zero.
A boom job.
Okay,
How about that? There's Marsh.
one.
And
Yep.
Jackson acknowledges he's attractive, but he is not attracted to him. Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse. Have you had a chance to meet him, Martin? He's the producer on the Fast Lane.
I've heard him many times over. I do not know.
He's a delightful gentleman.
There's a lot
He
of people
loves
in
the Vikings.
A lot of people in the building I don't know because I'm new here. And I just walk by and nod, hey, how are you? Hey, how are you?
You
How
don't
about
see
that
him. You come in-
Foghead show? Yeah.
You come in the studio, you do your time, and then you leave.
Was prison?
It would be, well, it
You
would
do
be,
your time.
it would be
Well, he
odd.
is leaving.
It would be odd if we just kind of went back into the office area and just mingled with the salesman and everything, wouldn't it?
Why would that be?
That's the name of the game, brother.
Yeah, I think
the
that's
sales
interesting.
department's the engine of the business.
Well, I'm not saying it isn't. I said,
Wow,
but for us to
unbelievable.
go and
Oh,
disrupt
you don't
them,
have time for them. Okay.
just to
That's what it
hang
sounded
out,
like.
hang out at their desk.
I'll do that sometimes. Like I'll eat lunch on someone's desk without
guy's
telling
really?
them. Yeah. I'll
You just
like
walk up and say, "Who's big for
yeah, I'll
you?"
open my chicken salad sandwich and I'll just sit there. I won't say a word, but I'll just hang out.
Oh, I would feel like I'm encroaching on their time.
Right, but we're the talent, you know.
Were.
So what's that mean? Like we're better than them?
But you kind of just do what you want.
Oh, I never wanted to bug people.
You don't bug me.
Okay, well, you're right here. But if I were to walk into someone else's office and just say, hey, I would feel like I'm bugging them.
The sports office at every TV station is the lounge.
Usually, yeah.
Everybody comes in. Hey,
Doesn't
who's
matter how
playing?
busy you are. Yeah.
Hey, who's playing? And you're like furiously typing, and they're like, hey, is so-and-so not playing tonight? You're like, well, what? Which game is it? And you're kind of working.
It's kind of a nonsense factory. When Doug, Steve Savard, and I were working together, I recall they brought in Vicki Newton, who was a long-time anchor at KMOV. What do you think, like 5-10 years, Doug? I don't know, somewhere in there.
about that, yeah.
And we just had tapes all over the sports office. She came in, they were showing her around, and she falls into the tapes and falls. What would you call it, Doug? Ass over tea kettle?
Ask over tea kettle, yeah.
And they were all resume tapes?
They were all resume reels, absolutely.
Yeah,
The skiver was probably in that pile.
could well have been.
So she was so impressed she took the job.
Yeah, once she fell over the sports department tapes, absolutely.
We had a news director later who walked in and said, we need more room. Let's get rid of all these tapes. Took all those tapes and threw them away.
That sucks. There's a
Threw
lot of
away
good
the
stuff on
history
there.
of St. Louis sports. Put them in a dumpster and threw them away.
What's
They
his
did
name?
that-
Let's call him out.
They did it.
No, it's not the current one. Not the current one.
Ruin me.
That's what he did to our tapes. Every time we needed a file video, well, it got thrown away a month and a half ago.
Come on, babe. Put the bag down. Drop it.
Larry Connor's getting tased
No.
for February Sweeps 2005.
That was
that
unrelated.
2005?
Yeah, he took it right in the chest. It was like
I
a
wouldn't have been
bull going
tased if it weren't for Obama. And you're like, well, he's not even president yet. Hey, Larry, how are you? Well, I'm better now that Obama's out of office. Well, it's been a few years.
Get involved on the program. You can call and Chairman Kurt puts you right on the line. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson. Phone lines. Text into the program. Air Comfort Service text line. And you can go back and listen anytime you want on the 101 ESPN app and TMA STL app. That's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Many people texting in regarding our discussion on Yadier Molina after Benji Molina came on the program yesterday and said he has offers to manage right now and he wants to manage the Cardinals Cardinals. Molina as a manager would be a disaster for the franchise. He would hate it and he would leave. That's from Adonis Jordan, who, if I'm not mistaken, played for the Kansas Jayhawks. Am I correct on that?
I believe so. Sounds
right. Was he part of the
I
1988
don't
Danny
know
and the Miracles?
I don't know the years, Tim.
And they were a 8 seed that beat Oklahoma and Mookie Blaylock? Am I correct on that?
I don't remember.
That sounds about right. Would have gotten through Billy Tubbs on the way there.
Thank you, Martin.
Okay.
Ed Manning was on the staff. Just sort of worked out that Danny Manning's dad would be a coach on the team.
Right. Had
Sorry, Thomas Zolt.
Had nothing to do with his recruitment there. We'll give your dad a job. Okay, I'll go to Kansas.
Guys, Molina is manager of the Cardinals. If he fails, does it tarnish his legacy as a Cardinal? But in the same breath, he could be great. But all managers are hired. Most of the time, they're also going to get fired. It's just a matter of when. It would be hard to see him in another uniform. Would love to have a Terry Francona, but missed our shot on that. Mike Schilt, we had him, but that was a first-timer when he was here. At the end of the day, I think he would do well and solidify his Hall of Fame chances that much more. I think he's already Hall of Fame bound already, but I would hate to see him tarnish his legacy. That is from the 386. What do you think about the potential to tarnish his legacy?
Well, that would certainly be a negative outlook going into the job if you're Molina. I don't want to take it because it's going to tarnish my legacy 5 years down the road when I get fired. I don't think they would think like that. It might, but I don't think he would be thinking that.
Remember when they brought Pujols back? I think I asked Mozeliak on one of the shows about this. What if it doesn't go well? How do you handle a legend having this farewell tour and all of a sudden they almost had to deal with that? Remember how poorly he was hitting? And I think he was telling them, instead of you cutting me, I'll just retire.
That was around June of 2022 before the All-Star break resurgence.
I think Ali Marmol, Marmol and Pujols are extremely tight. Albert doesn't even come back to the team, doesn't end up here if it weren't for Ollie pushing that. Those two are really close, and he pushed it, and basically Ollie has said that, like, hey, I told Mo, he's serious, you got to get him here, give him a call, get him here. The other part of it I heard was Molina, at that point, was kind of getting closer to retirement, and it's spring training. Remember, he was a little late that year in 22. I don't know how accurate it is, but I was told that part of bringing in Albert was also to kind of lure Yachty back in 2022. Hey, we got the gang back together. But you do have to worry about if Albert had hit 140 the whole year, what do? Do you release this star player? You know, it turned out perfectly. And to his credit, not coming back. People are like, hey, you're going to come back? Nope. It was the perfect way to go out. But there was a moment there where they had to kind of probably think, remember Ollie pinch hit for him in Atlanta, which was the right move, and people were mad. No, it was the right move.
I don't think you could release him. You could bury him on the bench.
Or you just let him announce.
Sit on the bench. I don't think you could release a guy like that.
We got a fact check, which we're going to maybe do at the end of every program. It's probably about a half-hour segment, unfortunately, like Tony Reale at the end of Round the Horn. And Jackson is going to start scoring our takes also, very arbitrarily. He says Adonis Jordan was on the 1993 Jayhawks team that won the Midwest Regional at the arena. That comes from Ed Powers' Sock Crust.
Sock crust?
What?
There shouldn't be crust on your socks.
All I can do is read what's in the teleprompter.
Okay.
I don't have the ability to.
All right. There could be some toenail drippings, I guess.
Drippings.
Jeez.
You ever get starchy socks where you feel like you're putting on like a piece of paper mache or something?
So you have sock crust?
No, but
Wrong
sometimes
detergent, maybe?
I don't know. Maybe I'm messing something up.
You have a washer and dryer in your place?
Yeah.
Nice.
My old place, I did not. That sucked.
Oh,
that is
you
a
had to go to a laundromat?
Yeah, laundromat, or I just sometimes like when I go to my parents' house, I would just do my laundry there. But have one now, what a benefit!
Jackson's starchy
Stackables.
socks. Is that taken?
No,
Okay.
someone can have it.
What percentage of people that grow up in the Ladue area wind up going to laundromats?
Very few, but I grew up in Olivet.
Oh.
And there's a difference.
There is. I mean, there is.
Yeah.
There is. It's a big school district.
Sure it is.
I'm pro Yachty as manager. The fear of him tarnishing his legacy is not valid. See Joe Torre or Red Shandies. That comes from Tube Socks. So we have a big sock theme Thursday on the program.
What went through your mind when you were told that the contract was done?
What's that?
I'm not sure Shaney's was fired, was he?
I feel like he always
he
kind of
just
stepped
retired.
in, didn't he? And
We'll
did
get
it
to
for-
that in errors and omissions.
Longtime manager in the 60s.
Joe Torre in opening day said, I was talking about how they love you and you get to come back. He said, well, it's kind of crazy. He said, when I played here, they traded me. When I managed here, they fired me. He said, but now they keep inviting me back.
Red got fired after the 76 season, Doug.
Did he really?
Is that
Wow.
right? How about that?
Year you were born, Tim?
That's correct. Thanks, Jackson.
And replaced with Vern Rapp.
Relevance?
Was he the replacement?
Greatness multiplies.
Whitey replaced him.
In 76?
That's what I'm looking at here.
You got bad information on that one.
Well, this airs an omission. We're going to tell BK and Ferrari we're going to go a little over today.
Was that from Bro Bible?
No, this is Google.
Is that Google's AI?
Well, I mean, Whitey Herzog managed the Royals in the ALCS against the Yankees like 3 straight years, right?
He was
In the
loaned
late
out.
70s.
He was loaned out from the Cardinals.
They let him
Well,
manage.
Vern Rapp was in there for a year or two.
I feel like Red was always part of the organization and just there's no way he would have been fired because he was always remember the stat he had been part of the club for 65 years or so.
Yeah. He just moved away. Even Stan Musial was the GM one year.
Guys, I have a washer and dryer, but I still hang out at laundromats to meet older divorced gentlemen. That's from Mr. Big Green.
Really? That's a hookup spot?
I didn't know that, Jackson. Did you ever
Laundromats?
hook up at the laundromat?
I guess you got a lot of time to just hang around and talk to the other.
Yeah, it is kind of like a leisure time expose, because you're kind of like people are reading. Some people might have their laptop out.
Can you get a drink there?
Yeah, scotch or something?
Probably like a ginger ale. I don't really imagine that there's like a bartender. Although that's not a bad idea.
It isn't, really, yeah.
But washer and dryers in the home seems like a standard these days. So laundromats seem like they're on their way out.
But maybe not for the apartment dwellers, and there's more and more of them all the time.
In St. Louis, in like New York, maybe in St. Louis,
You get
a lot
the
of
laundry.
apartments have new ones at least, or like ones built in the current century. Yes, they have washer dryers.
Okay.
I dug a little deeper. It was Vern Rapp, Doug. I apologize.
Oh,
Errors and omissions, Martin. That is a half-hour segment at the end of TMA every day now. Plus the designer.
Are you teasing ahead to airs and omissions?
Yeah. Wait till you hear all the things we got wrong from 7 to 10:30.
All right, I'm going to keep track.
Yeah.
There was Ken Boyer in there too before White.
I was about to say, that's your guy, number 14.
Yeah, it looks like Kenny Boyer, 78 through 80. He, of course, followed Jack Kroll, which is the first time I'm seeing this name.
Errors and omissions. That's Dennis, Red.
But you won't be here for the errors.
And
and
Boyer
omissions.
was
I'm going
another.
to leave him behind.
Onboarding.
Boyer was definitely a star.
He's up for the Hall this Sunday. He might
was an
get
MVP.
in.
Yeah, he should. He was as good as Ron Santo.
Doug, do you know this name? Solly Hemus?
Solly Hemus, yeah, shortstop for the Cardinals and managed, I think, in the late 50s, maybe.
Yeah, 59, 60, 61.
Yeah,
I'm seeing a lot of names I've just never seen before on this list. Eddie Stanky? I like Stanky.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the thing about the Cardinals is from 1980-81 with Whitey Herzog coming over all the way through 2011. I mean, you're talking about a long run of 31 years. You had essentially 3 guys. I mean, I know that there were some interim managers when Herzog quit and Torre was fired. But you had Whitey Herzog, Joe Torre, Tony La Russa. You had Pittsburgh Steelers-like stability. And now things have gotten a little...
Yeah.
And every once in a while, Mike Jorgensen.
He would pop up.
Whenever they'd fire somebody, where's Jorgie at?
Yeah.
He would step in.
He did get in there.
Do a handful
I
of
wonder
games.
if it's because so many of the decisions are now made by the front office and the analytic people. That they make the decisions, and if they don't go right, they just fire the guy who's the manager.
You don't think Whitey Herzog would have been receptive to it?
No. He wouldn't have taken any phone calls.
Do you want to support the EDF Group, the sponsor TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here in our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Hawks defeat the Bucks last night, 119-104. Zachary Risache with 12 points. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. CinemaLondoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Nice. Doug, I'm rolling balls.
I see that.
It's TMA, 101 ESPN. Programs presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Munganess, St. Louis Acura. Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt fielding your phone calls. Collier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines at 314-974-0101 and a wonderfully active YouTube chat where John Scores, the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month for November 2024, despite the fact that he is wearing the crown, is in there interacting with other common men. And you have to respect that. A guy who's
so much respect.
won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month is in there talking it over, and maybe that's the reason why Jackson rigged that election. He respected he respected John Scores being a commoner. Speaking of, at 9 o'clock we have a show announcement.
What sort of announcement?
A good one.
Is it embargoed?
It's a good one.
It is embargoed currently.
It is.
Yeah. It's a good. I think people enjoy this.
What sort of announcement?
Well, I mean, we got to get better at teasing, and this is a tease. Tickle,
All right.
tickle, 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 tickle.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Did you learn this being in the FM building here? It's kind of a rock move, like, big announcement coming up at 4 p.m. today.
That's right.
And then you find out, like, Queensryche is coming to town.
Ooh, Doug, is that Silent Lucidity?
I don't know.
95?
I don't know the years, Tim.
They would build it up all day. I'm not saying this station, this building would never do that.
No.
Right.
Those
You're
other
more
people.
going after KHTR.
Yes, back in the day. All day. Like, we'll let you know. Just stick around. And 8 hours later, Katrina and the Waves are going to be at Kiel Auditorium. Oh, wow, that was the buildup. So can we top that?
I think so.
Can we have a hint as to what the secret might be? Oh,
No. Is this a real thing?
Yeah, that's a real
100%.
thing.
Do you know about it?
Yes.
A big fancy announcement.
Well, now I feel like you're
A
trying
life-changing
to pump it
sort
up.
of announcement.
1 out of 10. What's it?
What?
What is it,
That's
1
not
out of 10,
fair.
please?
That's not fair. Because is it a station thing more than us thing? Like,
It's all together, baby.
It's always like a Quinn Snyder press conference here. You ask a question, you get an answer, but you don't really get an answer.
I enjoy the connectedness of this team.
And this is coming up at 9-ish.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Doug and I know nothing about this.
I think you were included on the email, but I don't know if you guys necessarily check your email.
I didn't get that email.
Hopefully the announcement is someone else is writing the ESPN Sports Center updates from now on. That's from Larry Thornton. He is a big Missouri fan, but it sounds like he's not a big fan of the Sports Center updates. Jackson, your response.
Oh, you don't get a whole lot of time. And what time you do get, you usually waste on an NBA score.
There's no waste. There's no such thing as waste.
You went NBA in the 7 o'clock hour.
That's bold. Usually it's Blues and Flames.
Yes, you usually do Blues in the 7 o'clock hour.
I know.
As if you
Boycotting the Saddle Dome.
I need to talk about Risache.
usually check that box and then move on to NBA banter. Are we still in the NBA Cup? Because this is sort of like the Four Nations. I don't really know what's going on.
NBA Cup single elimination bracket has been set.
And that's like the Leagues Cup in soccer. They just started playing other games.
In-season tournament.
But they count towards the NBA standings.
Correct, except the championship game. Every other one of those games are regular season
And if you win
games.
the championship game, you win what?
$500,000.
Wow, to those guys, that's lunch.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care how much money you make. $500,000 is a lot of money.
Sure it is.
I don't think they care.
But if you're a young player on a two-way deal, you make like $400K, you double your salary.
Yeah,
Let me play.
if you're the 11th or 12th guy on the roster who doesn't play, it's a boatload of money.
Or you just give the money to charity.
Martin, I think it was either you or the Cat going back in 2006 when the Cardinals won the World Series, and Aaron Miles was especially excited because of the World Series bonus, and he told one of you guys that. I remember that. And yeah, if you're one of those guys, and I don't know what it was, I feel like it was around $1 million, that absolutely matters. Now, if you've made $200 million in your career, it's relatively speaking immaterial.
But then give it to a young buck or give it to charity.
The young
500
bucks. Not giving it to charity.
A cash infusion of $500,000.
Sure, that'd be nice.
That's the Larry Hughes story. He was a rookie with Iverson in Philly, and he said they were driving around in like a big old Bentley or something, and Iverson pulled up the bank and said, hold on, I'll be right back. And Larry Hughes, he came back with like just cash wrapped in like saran wrap, and he said, what's that? He said, $500K. And I'm like, just big weekend plans? Like, who does that?
Buying a radio station.
Every time, that actually is possible. Every time Jackson does an NBA update, another Husky Power Hoosier listening in deep Jefferson County gets an additional underbelly skin tag.
Oh.
Doug, that's from Carlos Spicy Wiener, and he's a Hall of Famer.
A little skin tag peeks out of the belly.
I was told that every time I do one of those, an angel gets its wings.
Oh.
Are we going to look past the fact that Doug got a wonderful haircut?
Yeah.
Martin, I thought that was going to be your lead, and then we went with the Molina sound.
That's the show announcement.
That's not the announcement.
Could the announcement be at 8 so it doesn't take away from Chuck Marlowe's arrival?
Wow.
Fine by me.
Oh.
Oh, really? I thought this was a station edict.
No.
Okay.
We can do it earlier.
The email says the announcement's at 9.
Some of the stuff is rolling out at 9, but we can announce it before
rolling
that.
out?
Now I got to find my email. What's my password?
Yeah, I got to figure that out too.
Let's see. Since you guys moved to HD1, it has made Jackson into a bit of a waffler. That's from Flip Wilson. Do you feel like you're waffling more in HD1 than you do? Really? And why is that?
I have to be more careful about certain things. I have way more responsibility. That's probably why.
How about that?
I'm just being honest.
Well, it's honesty in media.
Always has been.
Yeah.
How about that, Doug?
Yeah.
All right.
But you were pretty honest at the old station too, weren't you?
Yes, but I was probably a little bit more comfortable with what I could and couldn't do.
I see.
I'm doing a lot over here. Look how many monitors and levers and buttons are over
sure
here.
got a lot.
Are you getting a promotion at 9? Is this what we're building up to?
Feels like it.
Yep. I'm becoming the vice president of special projects.
Oh.
Shut up, Jackson! Quit changing the subject! The NB gay sucks and we don't care! That's from the 618.
Exhibit A.
What do you mean? You're trying a case and that's Exhibit A?
Yeah, if you like to be aligned with that, be my guest.
Oh, and Doug, now we're dividing the audience, and I find that to be. This should be a time of great unification.
I tried spreading Christmas cheer in the show open.
You did?
Yeah, trying to spread some Christmas cheer.
But now you're very much against the fine people from Illinois.
Not true. Couldn't be further from the truth.
Okay. I don't even know what to say anymore.
Apologize. All right, you can get involved in the program. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Chairman Kurt taking phone calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. And you are welcome to partake by also the YouTube chat where the old hipster is talking it over with old Ricky Summers. And Ricky Summers says Jackson hates Christmas. So that is...
What? Oh, no.
What?
Is this the announcement we're going to get?
Why do I hate Christmas?
I
love Christmas.
I don't want to be a jerk, but I'm going to guess the 9 o'clock announcement, if it's scheduled for 9, won't happen until 9:20, because right now we're in segment 7-3. We haven't done 7-4 yet.
It's all right. I got a handle on it.
Okay.
He has a handle on it.
I got my eyes on the prize.
That's why he's got a heavy sweater, Martin. He's got a C on it. Me, you and Doug, we just have the A.
You guys are wearing matching.
So I was going to ask a question.
I am taking questions.
Raise
Doug
your
is
hand.
not. Martin, I don't know if you are. Mm-hmm. You are.
So I already kind of dress like I'm in middle school every day.
You taking a shot at our St. Gabriel golf tournament sweatshirts that we're matching with?
No,
today.
I just always wear sweatpants or athletic shorts, and so I was thinking, is it a step too far if I wanted to wear a hoodie and then throw a T-shirt on over my hoodie, like I'm at I'm at a championship parade?
Why would you do that?
That's when we were with the St. Gabriel soccer team. Was that 1988?
I don't know
St.
that
is that too Hoosier? Is that pretty Hoosier?
No,
yes,
I just said that's what I used to wear.
Well, you were a child. You're a child.
A T-shirt
over 26
over a big thick hoodie. A T-shirt over that.
Yeah, I wanted to wear my Jason Tatum jersey, but it's too cold to wear just a T-shirt in here. So would that be Hoosier if I wore it over a hoodie?
Yes.
Okay.
Is the short
All
answer.
right, so that's why I changed. I had that on earlier, and I put this little number on. I might do it tomorrow.
Played well in the YouTube chat. Especially with Charlie coming in. You wear that for Doug Armstrong tomorrow. He's in studio from 9 to 10. He'll love it.
It's a good call. Maybe I could have a rotating jersey and just throw on the Bob Thomas one when he Doug Armstrong walks in.
So you're going to change for each segment that he's in? You think he's going to notice?
He'd be impressed by that.
But if I just didn't say anything about it.
Is the announcement that he canceled? Is that the 9 o'clock announcement?
Doug Armstrong heard the first hour and has canceled his appearance in studio tomorrow. Yeah, Doug Armstrong in studio tomorrow from 9 to 10. Doug, ours is the type of presentation where
friends feel they can drop by at any time.
And they can.
Mm-hmm.
Benji Molina, Jeremy Rutherford in studio yesterday. Doug Armstrong tomorrow. Chuckles Marlo coming up at 9 o'clock. You can participate by emailing in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. This program is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It is the holiday season, and there is an opportunity for those of you who are interested, and you should be, in dropping rates for the holiday season. Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage is with us right now to give us his perspective. Always remember to Google the bagel loan. Stewie, what do we got going on?
Tim, we are in the festive season right now, and what we're going to do is we're going to lower interest rates more than what the market is. So we're going out, we're giving people better rates than we normally give, which are always the best anyway, just because the holiday season. So we cut it about 0.25%. If you have a rate in the sixes, upper sixes, sevens, and you can save money for free. Now, those people are walking around saying, man, maybe I should wait, maybe I shouldn't wait, the rate's going to go down. But you know what? With the climate we're in, we don't know where rates are going, up or down. So refinance now with the bagel loan, no closing costs. If rates go down later, we can always do it again. We just took an ESPN listener, went from 30 years to a 20-year loan. Payment went up $3.50.
Wow.
And he knocked off 8 years.
How about that? Call Stewie on his personal cell phone. This is his personal cell phone number. 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. Or Google the bagel loan. CMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. Doug, here's your captain's log.
Okay, I'd like to hear it.
Jackson's dossier, which said we're going to spread holiday cheer.
Try to.
A lot of discussion on Yadier Molina's appearance on the program yesterday in our Mungan St. Louis Acura, Mungan Burkett Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. Coming up at 8:45 as Jackson gets you ready for the festivities at the Saddle Dome tonight. Pregame here on 101 ESPN at 7 p.m. Blues and Flames, puck drop. 8 o'clock, Bernie Federko will be with us coming up at 8:45. Charlie Marlo, friend of the show. Martin, you worked with him for, I'm going to say 13 years. I'm going to throw a guess out at the Fox 2 Fox.
It's really close, but I think it's 14.
14?
2008, springish to 2022.
Was he a real cocklebur in your saddle?
Nice.
Chuck always was known for fooling us because his resume tape was very creative.
Was it?
And then he got here, and I said, what happened to all? He goes, gotcha. And I said, what? He goes, yeah, I didn't want to do any of that stuff. Chuck was he was kind of a younger, not to the same degree, but a little bit of that Rich Gould DNA, like, why bother? It's okay. Don't
God
worry.
bless him.
He would leave the office every night, and he would say to me, I'm like, hey, tomorrow somebody's got to go to Blues, and somebody's got to go to, he's like, yeah, we'll figure it out. And he would just walk out. I said, but we're figuring it out. He'd just say, we'll figure it out.
God bless him.
And he'd walk out. I'm like, what? We'll figure it out.
Chuckles Marlo in studio for the 9 o'clock hour. Robert Thomas with us at 10:15. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Did you text him this morning at 6:15? 4:15 in Calgary.
No, I texted him yesterday.
Lose tonight, Doug. We can already bet it.
Okay.
Have we talked to him since? We have not. Since the morning text that led to the 9-second goal?
That's correct. This will be his first appearance since then. So we've got that coming up at 10:15. Then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. And Jackson says we can do the show announcement before 9 o'clock. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Doug.
We can.
So
is it station related? Probably.
I'd say show / station related. That's a deep tease. Okay. Do with it what you want. Hey, we got something going on here at 101 ESPN. This is not the announcement, but I'll do the announcement coming up here. We'll do it before 9 o'clock.
Okay.
If Jackson says I can do that, he's got the C on his sweater.
Well, sure he does.
Yeah, I mean, there's a scheduled promo for it running at 8:30, so.
Oh.
So why were we going to wait till 9?
Is this like the
I don't
Steve
know.
Klein surprise guest at 9:40, except the tweets went out at 9:30 that Steve Klein would be on the show?
No. Not like that at all.
Luckily, these mopes didn't follow the station on Twitter. They didn't know.
I like the term mope, by the way. Blues fans, enter the Verizon Discover NHL Winter Classic Sweepstakes. It's your chance to see the Blues take on the Blackhawks on New Year's Eve in the Discover NHL Winter Classic in Chicago. One winner will receive 4 tickets to the game plus a $3,000 gift card. Visit select St. Louis area Verizon locations or go to 101ESPN.com and enter by December 18th. No purchase necessary to enter. Must be a legal U.S. resident of Missouri or Illinois, age 18 or older. Get full details now at 101ESPN.com. How great would that be to win some tickets for the Winter Classic?
Gosh, that'd be nice.
Is that the announcement?
No. That's just
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great thing.
I would like to go to that.
ESPN.com.
I'm actually going to be. We're going to be at a cabin in Wisconsin. But wouldn't you want to go?
You're going to a cabin in Wisconsin in January?
Yeah. Well, late December, New Year's Eve. Friend of the Marquette squad there. We got a cabin up in the middle.
What's the climate like for that affair?
Oh, colder than this.
Yeah,
Kids will go a little skiing, maybe snowmobiling. The big old fireplace. It's fun. Kids love it.
God bless America.
You got a log cabin up there, that kind of chalet.
It's a friend of mine. His dad built it years ago, and it's beautiful. It's the middle of nowhere. It's Amish country. But if I weren't there, if I didn't have that thing, I would love to be at Wrigley Field for the whole Winter Classic.
Doug.
Yeah. Well, it's probably going to be pretty darn cold, too.
Yes.
And Chicago is your town.
Chicago's my town, see?
Edward G. Robinson, he played a pharaoh as well, with the Brooklyn accent.
Very good casting. I'm sure most Egyptians talk like a Jewish guy from Brooklyn.
All right, we'll do the show announcement coming up next. And you're smiling about that, Jackson?
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
Yes, we are.
That's what it was.
No, I was just smiling. You guys are funny. You guys are good.
By the way, Tim missed it, but during one of the breaks, Doug asked for an iris adjustment on his camera because he was getting washed out. And I don't know if Jackie did it right because people are texting that Doug is in the dark now. So I'm curious if we had an over adjustment.
It looks like he's got it figured out now.
I do.
Joey Vitale's Orange Scully says in the YouTube chat, much better. I have to see that angelic face.
Okay. Yeah, that's better.
My concern is it's going to reset once we go to break.
Well,
and then
why would it do such?
Because we have the screen of death, the red screen of death. Something's going on in there. You think Marsh is sabotaging this?
Not on purpose, if he is, but...
well, then it wouldn't be sabotage.
It could be. Is there such thing as accidental sabotage?
I don't think so. I think that's an oxymoron, Doug.
They're playing it, though.
Sabotage needs intent. Yeah, all right, fair enough.
Sabotage needs intent.
No, Doug, that was just a peek behind the curtain. Doug is very low maintenance. Moments of diva, but there's moments moments of diva.
My head was like a flaming orange. The camera was so bright.
It looks like I'm in the Valley of the Sun most days when the sun comes
so
out.
We should try to fix it.
Oh, look at that. I can't fix that thing.
Is it still a problem?
Yeah, I don't like the angle.
Bad angle.
Bad angle. I'm right in the sun's...
Yeah.
Crosshairs.
Thank you.
Try to darken it a little bit more for you?
No, I'm fine. It's fine now. Shades up.
Okay.
Your eyes match your St. Gabriel Golf Tournament sweatshirt.
That's right.
That's all we're going for here. You just held up a sign for a live read, and it was a very brief.
Hair Davis Payne.
It was very, very brief.
I mean, that was.
You notice that? You caught that? Yeah.
Like what? Sorry, what?
I know what I'm talking about now, though, and that is Ted Drew's. I mean, what a wonderful winter tradition for many St. Louis area families. As it is, make it a winter tradition for your family as well at Ted Drew's Christmas tree lot right there at Ted Drew's on Chippewa. Visit Ted Drew's on Chippewa for the perfect combination. Frozen custard and Christmas trees. Enjoy Ted's delicious custard while browsing among beautiful, fragrant fir and pine trees. There's a wide selection available, including plenty of large trees standing over 8 feet tall. The finest trees are given the label of a Dottie tree named after Ted's wife. Ted Drew's, founded on the principle of our business is service. The staff at Ted Drew's will help you select your tree, carry it to your vehicle, and even secure it for the ride home. It's Ted Drew's on Chippewa. And how about this right now for the holiday season? Buy 3 quarts and get a jumbo container of toppings for free. That deal goes through December 30th. It's Ted Drew's right there on Chippewa for your frozen custard and Christmas trees this holiday season. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. You can watch us and chat on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. Live stream it on the 101 ESPN app presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Show announcement coming up next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Show announcement season. Show announcement season. Station announcement? Show announcement.
Both of them?
Nice.
Both?
Is the show announcement that Jackson is being replaced by an androgynous robot monkey? That's from Dr. Zandel Malenthrop?
I don't think that's it at all.
Whatever.
Yeah, that landed flat, didn't it?
I can't win.
You don't have
I
to
just
deal
can't
with
win.
that.
I just can't win.
Ricky Summers is not excited about it. He says it's probably Blues tickets or something. It's not.
Well, don't get down on us. We're just trying over here.
The Winter Classic package is worthy of an announcement. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah, how about that?
$3,000 credit or gift card?
101ESPN.com. Wow. Learn more about it right then and there. All right, Doug, you ready? Show announcement.
Is there a drum roll, Jackie? Do you have, of all your drops, do you have a drum roll drop?
Oh, he is. Look at this. Here it comes.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, it's the time kill music. Remember the time kill?
Hey, that's not a drum roll.
It's the closest thing I got.
You got all
really
excited.
nice, though.
You raised your hand as if, oh, I got that drum roll. And then you like, wait for it. And it's Ernie Hayes.
I'll just keep it right here.
Here it is. Come out and join the new TMA crew. That's us with you, Martin. At the all-new Hot Shots on Lindbergh for the TMA Christmas party a week from today from 7 to 9 p.m., and you get to sit on Doug's lap.
Wait a minute.
because Doug
Wait a minute. That last part?
And you get to sit on Doug's lap because Doug is dressing up as Santa Claus.
Oh.
Were you aware of that?
Is that true?
I was asked if I would dress up as Santa Claus and give out gifts. I didn't realize that came along with everyone gets a chance to sit on me. I guess I should have asked more questions. I just tried to go along with it. Sure, I'll give out gifts. But
it's the all-new Hot Shots on Lindbergh. I hear this thing is a beauty.
Whereabouts
the
on
crown
Lindbergh?
jewel of South County. By a Culver's, right?
If I'm not mistaken, it's Lindbergh and is that Lee May Ferry over there by the Hooters?
Doug?
Hot Shots probably doesn't want to be referencing another hangout for our crowd.
Is it a new Hot Shots?
It is.
Brand new, all new Hot Shots.
By the mall there in
Lindbergh
Are
Plaza.
we really workshopping this? Come see us next week. Where? Well, we don't really understand
I
where
got
it
to
is.
figure out where it is.
Because you're going to be dressed up with gentlemen on your lap.
Just drive up and down Lindbergh.
So here is what we got.
Okay.
Doug is going to be giving out Christmas presents every 10 minutes, and that includes concert tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll, Kendrick Lamar, and St. Louisan, and friend of the show, SZA.
Yep.
She is a friend of the show.
She is.
El Monstero, Jack White. Doug, you love this guy, Sebastian Maniscalco.
Oh, I do, yeah.
You're giving those tickets out.
I probably won't give those away.
You're going to pocket those.
He's going to be there?
No.
I don't know if he's going to be there. We got to give him the address, if so. Disturbed, Lincoln Park, Blues tickets, signed Blues pucks. Every 10 minutes, we're giving away this stuff at Hot Shots, the all-new location on Lindbergh, next Thursday night for the TMA Christmas party. You'll enjoy drink specials throughout the festivities, and then TMA holiday-themed menu with shot and drink specials, Kona sampling with prizes and samples from 7 to 8 p.m., and then we are asking you, and this is a tradition for TMA, we've always done a toy drive for our Christmas party. Please bring a new and unwrapped toy for Annie's Hope. Annie's Hope is the charity that we have worked with on behalf of the late great Jennings Randolph Jr. So come celebrate the holidays with the new TMA crew at the brand new Hot Shots on Lindbergh next Thursday, a week from tonight, and it says it's featuring Santa Doug giving out the best Christmas presents every 10 minutes.
Wow.
And that includes Post Malone and Jelly Roll concert tickets, Kendrick Lamar and SZA concert tickets, El Monstero, Jack White, Sebastian Maniscalco, and Blues tickets, signed Blues pucks every 10 minutes, and you get to sit on Doug's lap and get a picture.
Well, I think maybe that's being overblown just a bit.
Wreck me, Doug.
I don't want to ask a question you may not know the answer to, but are there some sort of raffle tickets or something?
That's all I get is questions I don't know if I have the answer to.
Well, you're so good at tap dancing?
Yes, apparently.
How do we know who wins these gifts?
I think you pick the cutest boy.
I do?
Yeah, it's
Or we
Doug's
all
choice.
vote on it, and then Jackson just decides anyway.
Okay.
Random number generator.
That's right.
Conveniently located just a half-mile north of I-255, Hot Shots in Lime.
Yeah, it's near the Hooters and the Home Depot.
Home Depot.
Oh, okay, so it's a little south of Lime Fair even.
I kind of wanted the Queensrÿche announcement, but this will be fun.
Silent lucidity.
Yeah. Look at true story. We're going to all be there. We're going to have some fun. And it's the holidays. As Chuck Marlo says, after Thanksgiving, it's the mail-it-in season. Nobody works. Nobody does it.
Yeah, I enjoy that.
So come on out. Have some fun. We might not even show up that next Friday. If everything goes well Thursday, we might just do a best of the next day. Why not?
This isn't part of a show, is it? Or are we doing a show there?
I don't think so. It's just a hangout.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Hanging out. I mean, aren't the mics like always on when your guys are around?
Well,
you know?
it feels like it.
Like we're always kind of doing a show.
Okay.
Ben Boyd will be there recording side of my head with a knit cap on, posting it.
Jackson tells Doug who to pick, and all the people chosen to win the prizes will be Jackie Boy's friends. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Keep up with these nonsensical narratives.
You guys really aren't from South County, and it shows. That's from the 314.
It sounds like there are some great prizes, though.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Concert tickets
How
are
about
more than $100
And you're giving them
apiece.
away, and you get to pick the cutest boy.
I don't get to pick anything, I hope.
Do you get a little Santa bag that you carry around?
I don't know. I just don't.
Just asked, yes.
I guess they have a costume here at the station.
I'm hoping to dress up as an elf.
I was going to say, Doug, if you need an elf, let me know.
Ooh.
Okay, I could use one.
I could have about two.
Sure, two would be
I'll
better.
dress up like Panther from Somewhere Under the Rainbow.
Okay.
Festive.
KG would make a good elf. I can kind of see it.
What makes you say that?
I kind of picture you in an elf outfit. I think it works. Jackson,
More of a reindeer, right?
more of a reindeer.
Yeah.
Galloping.
Yeah, gallivanting.
No, looking
even.
forward. So make your plans. Get the sitters now.
That's right.
Next Thursday.
It's
Right
a
over there.
TMA tradition.
Nice.
Yeah.
Last year's was a phenomenal time.
Last year is when you got your mouth spit into?
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
A tradition unlike any other.
Thanks,
Yeah, you
Jim.
laid down on the bar at the Hot Shots in Webster Groves, and a lovely lady got upon top of you and spit out a libation.
Club soda.
Club soda.
And you liked it.
Yeah, but what do you kink shame?
I know you like water sports.
And you said you liked it, and that was a thing for you.
Yeah, that was
Don't kink
a
shame,
top
Doug.
3 night of my life, I'd say.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's on your Mount Rushmore.
Oh, I'd pay a lot of money for that not to happen to me.
I'd come over the top of you and pay more to make sure it
Okay, that's
did.
enough.
You're Santa, Doug. You got to make dreams come true next Thursday at Hot Shots on Lindbergh.
Blues are playing that night, so it'll be fun.
Perfect
In the
timing.
background,
Yeah.
Blues are playing. We're
Okay.
giving gifts away. This is next Thursday. I'll clear all my things and be there.
Okay.
I can't wait. We really are bad at directions. Have you ever gone to Illinois and told a friend of yours,
Oh, I have no clue where I'm going.
Well, hey, I'm in Belleville. You want to grab lunch? Well, I live in Edwardsville. Yeah, stop by. That's 25 minutes.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
it? Oh, really? I'm in Shiloh. Yeah, well, I live in Glen Carbon. Well, where's that? Like, I just lump it all together. I'm the worst.
Guys, will Doug be placed under the mistletoe? That's from Manute Bowl eligible.
I'm assuming there won't be mistletoe there.
Oh, somebody will bring it.
Yeah.
Mr. Licks texting in. Just tuning in. Are you guys talking about when you're going to award me the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year? The year-end awards are going to be given out on air, Jackson. Is that correct? Next Thursday?
Yeah.
In the 10 o'clock hour.
Yep.
They will be given out on air.
Yep.
Doug, we had a year-end award party 2 years, I guess, and the winners of the awards did not show or did not come forward because they did not want to lose their anonymity.
Right.
And so the powers that be said maybe it would be better to have the year-end awards given out over the air and then just have a separate TMA Christmas party in which we can have the toy donation for Annie's Hope and Doug dressed up as Santee Doug, where listeners can sit on your lap and win fabulous prizes to K-Dot and SZA and Jelly Roll and Post Malone and Sebastian Maniscal.
I think it's better if Tim announces, and our winner is Aunt Sally's Rusted Toaster. And the guy gets up, and he's your local alderman, and he's got a suit and tie on.
like your dentist,
And he's
yeah.
the most vile, texter to the show.
A lot of these people are on the lam.
That's what
They're running from the law. They don't want to be identified.
Inconspicuous.
Yes, guys, Jackson's friend still has my hardware from last year. That's from Mr. Licks, who I think won Rookie of the Year last year.
2 years ago. And he definitely does. Herb. Shout out to Herb.
Yeah, Herb's one of Jackson's buddies, Martin, who now lives in New York City or Tokyo.
New York City.
Both.
And he walked away with the hardware.
Because Mr. Licks didn't show up.
Oh, must be present to win.
Well,
that was the issue, and so they said, "Hey, you know, the year-end awards. You have the awards. We buy the awards, but then the people don't want to come forward or show up. So we're gonna call an audible on it here in 2024.
Well, let's make you proud to display a trophy that someone else won.
Herb, he's fine with it.
Okay.
Like when a championship is abdicated years later.
Sure, yeah.
Stephen Wildwood, who is our defending Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, Martin, says, I won 2 awards in 2 years and showed up 0 times in 2 years. How about that?
So you can win without showing up.
So that's why we changed it.
Jackson's friends are not allowed in Melville, thanks. That's from Just Don't Press Push.
That might be true. Not sure on that one.
How often do you get down to Melville?
We played them in basketball my freshman year of high school, and that was the last time I was probably there.
Yeah.
Panthers?
Panther proud. We're setting New Jenkins 4th and 25. Schnurr Dulick, never forget.
Yeah.
Beat the brakes off.
They've had some good athletic teams down there.
Gary Heide, the coach, always had a crooked hat. Remember that?
I have a crooked head.
We should introduce you to him.
Gary Heide, crooked hat. Tim McKernan, crooked head.
Design Air is the sponsor of our email of the day. You can send yours in. They come your way at 10:45, along with our new errors and omissions segment, which we think might take up the entire hour. And I got this email from a listener yesterday. Hey, Tim, I've been a TMA listener since about 2009, and I've loved the show and try to support the sponsors as much as I can. I've had mostly really good experiences with all of them. And I tend to take advertisements with a grain of salt. I trust the show's endorsements, but a part of me always thinks, advertising's advertising. Being a relatively newish homeowner, I called Design Air for an air conditioning/heating check tune-up, AC back in mid-July, and heating today. I just have to say, I cannot thank them enough for being so easy to deal with. The technician that came by today, by the name of Matt, was awesome. He improved a few things and advised on timetables of when things might need to be fixed. That's it. No pushiness or hidden agenda whatsoever. At the end of home service calls, there's always a moment I hate when the technician has you sign the acknowledgement of service, and that's when they start pushing. But Design Air did not request I sign up for all kinds of additional unnecessary things. It's a good feeling to know I won't have to call around or price check companies when my HVAC goes south. Design Air has earned my business for the foreseeable future, and I know I'll be recommending them to anyone and everyone I can. I am just really impressed. Anyway, that's it. Just wanted to say that Design Air is great. Happy holidays and long live TMA. That's from listener, and I think I can give his name, Christopher Stein. Or is it pronounced Steen? Doug?
I would say Stein.
I think so.
Stein.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, there it is. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's the name of the game. That's why this nonsense has been on for 20 years. Design Air, the longest running sponsor on TMA and the sponsor of our email today. They are online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team. Design Air Heating and Cooling. We have Bernie Federko coming up. We got Charlie Marlo in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. We got Robert Thomas. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And Doug, we've got a very unhappy football coach calling out the entire system. On the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, you're giving away these tickets. Santa Doug, next Thursday at Hot Shots, the all-new Hot Shots on Lindbergh, South County.
Which one is this? Is this SZA?
Yeah. St. Louis.
Spelled S-Z-A.
Well, how else would you spell it?
Well, S-C-I-S-S-O-R-S. Scissors.
Wore a Blues jersey on her most recent album cover.
How about that? Loves the note.
Okay.
And in a
Loves
video.
the WTF line.
Yeah, don't we all? Walker.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Martin, this is what we call bad idea jeans.
Oh, boy.
Well, I figured I was only going to be in Haiti once, so why not?
W is the easy one.
Walker.
Yeah.
Torpchenko.
Good.
Foxa.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Jamie Rivers, you have been put on notice. Peter Puck, Martin, look at him. Wow. Your boy's all grown up, and he's all grown up.
Love that.
Getting ready for the Christmas season.
How about that?
It's part of the alliance. I tweeted out that WTF Kerber took it and ran with it, and then Roddick Fox said he liked it.
He liked it. I saw that whole progression on the Twitter tweets. Hey, coming up, Charlie Marlo is going to be in studio on the program for the 9 o'clock hour. Robert Thomas will be with us from Calgary, where the Blues take on the Flames tonight. Pregame at 7 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. And we just had a show announcement about the TMA Christmas party and the year-end awards. Year-end awards will be given out over the air this year. The TMA Christmas party, the tradition continues as we ask you to bring a new unwrapped toy. Somebody got a gerbil that's speaking?
Oh, that's your gerbil?
That was my gerbil. Apologies.
Was that in Rich Gould's book?
There's a gerbil
There's
down
a
there.
snake down there. Now, here's the story, Junior.
My bad.
This was a real deal with my grandma, okay?
There's a gerbil in the studio. There's a snake down there. It's next Thursday at Hot Shots, all new location. I've heard wonderful things about it. And we're giving away tickets. Doug, dressed up as Santa Claus, every 10 minutes. Tickets given away to the Post Malone Jelly Roll concert, to Kendrick Lamar and SZA, Sebastian Maniscalco, and that's one of your favorite stand-ups right now. And
Yeah, he's my favorite, yeah.
Is he? Oh, he is actually
He's
your
in
favorite?
town here, I think, later this month.
Well, you're giving away the tickets.
No, I may not give them away at all.
And
well, that one fell through.
That one fell through.
Sorry.
Santa Doug pocketed. It's next Thursday from 7 to 9, and we'll give out the TMA year-end awards on the program from 10 to 11 on that day. Who will be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year? I think it's Buck Swope's time, but I only have one vote.
He's probably the betting favorite, if I had to guess.
Sometimes one vote will get it done.
Well,
never
who's
know.
the main competition? JV golf coach? Or
We had a couple ladies calling.
Chairman Steve again?
Caller Jen. Baldwin Beer Girl.
I deep teased this as well. Shane Beamer, Doug, he is a banty little rooster down
Is
in
he
Columbia,
really?
South Carolina.
Okay.
Now, Lane Kiffin, they all did press conferences yesterday because yesterday was signing day. Lane Kiffin said, I'm not going to talk about it. Today is about the kids. Now, I think part of the reason is because, I don't know if you saw it, Tyler Lockhart, he is a 4-star recruit from Mississippi, prized recruit in the state of Mississippi. His brother plays at Mississippi State. Missouri just went up against him a couple of weeks ago, Hail State. He was going to sign with Mississippi State an hour beforehand. Then he gets to the table to sign. They do the whole production, and then he shocks the world and reveals he is going to sign with Ole Miss. And then a handful of hours later, he decides to go back to Mississippi State.
He got an additional check, came in the mail.
And I think he tweeted out last night around 11:55, oops, with a smiling emoji. Jackson's just shaking his head. This is the state of college sports. Also the state of college sports. Shane Beamer's team, the South Carolina Gamecocks, winning 6 in a row. They go to a team that could be the conference champions for a Power 4 conference and beat them with that team ranked ahead of them, and they only move up 1 spot. Alabama hosts a team that's not going to a bowl game, and they beat them at home, and they move up 2 spots, and he is calling attention to what he believes are some quote-unquote data points that just don't add up, and he is tired of it.
Oh, is he really?
Take strength of schedule as an important criteria, or what would you say about that?
I would say it's very surprising. Ward manual, if I hear the word data point one more time in my life, I may throw up. But there's a lot of data points that they apparently take into
account,
make their decisions. But I'm not sure strength of schedule is one of them, because I don't know how you can go play Clemson last week in the biggest game in the history of the Carolina-Clemson rivalry, win a game over a team that's ranked higher than you, and move up one spot. And another team can beat a team that's not even going to a bowl game and move up 2 spots.
When you kind of look at all the vagueness of what the committee decides and how they can have one priority one year, not one the next, does that influence you in any way going forward? Do you talk with whoever the next AD is about changes?
If you're asking, is there anything to gain by playing in some of these games that you play out of conference? I think it's something that not just us, but every team needs to look at, because clearly you can go through an entire season, not beat a ranked team, and be in the playoff if you just win. So,
and that is one of the core issues. Is South Carolina plays Clemson, they lose that game. What if they had 2 losses and they were going to go in? What's the upside? Notre Dame plays Texas A&M. Notre Dame gets in, but if they would have lost that game, and you look at some of these non-conference games, is there really an upside? Has college football sent a message with this committee by saying, okay, SMU has 1 loss, Indiana has 1 loss. You look at who they've beaten, not necessarily anything particularly impressive. And now there is less incentive for teams to have difficult schedules outside of the mandated conference schedules.
Isn't there a metric for strength of schedule?
There's supposed to be, but he presents the point. You go to Clemson, you win, you move up 1. Alabama hosts, I think we would agree, Auburn is at best average team, and they get to move up 2 spots. So he's calling BS on what took place. I think one of the core issues they have is the money they make from the TV show with the rankings, that they kind of get boxed in to the rankings, maybe expecting SMU or Indiana to lose more, and then once they announce them and then they don't lose and their schedule's easy in the month of September, they're kind of stuck with them, even though deep down they know that at this moment South Carolina is a better team. And on top of that, he also pointed out in an additional part of that press conference yesterday where he was fired up that last year they took injury into account when they kept Florida State out because of the injury to Jordan Travis, the Seminoles quarterback. This year, Lenora Sellers gets hurt. They lose to LSU in that game. There certainly were some officiating questions there, but you can have that in plenty of games. That was perhaps more egregious than normal, but Lenora Sellers wasn't healthy for that one. His first game back was the Ole Miss game, and they lost 27-3 then. Was he healthy for that? They're not taking that into account. They're just putting the brand in. And so that is where he's coming from, and I think he makes a good point.
There does seem to be a lot of subjectivity to what they want to
you have a closed door
prioritize, and they come out of there. Those guidelines we had. I think Grubman is behind the closed door at the college football playoff
the great Eric
meetings.
Grubman
Comes out and says, we just kind of changed our model. However, teams with 3 losses, I know they're squawking about other teams with 3 losses, and I know that's
the whole core of it is the schedule.
Right.
Schedule easy, don't lose.
I know, but I'm less concerned about the 13th, 14th best team, but I get it. There should be clarity, and I don't understand how in 2024 with all the analytics and data that you can't have here is the exact guidelines we're following.
Because then I was listening to all these different college football podcasts and watching shows yesterday, and I heard the term, and it always comes down to it. The eye test. What is the eye test? I'll tell you what the eye test actually is. The eye test is this brand is more powerful than this brand. And
we'll bring in more TV viewers.
And that actually is the real meaning of the eye test. And that's what it is. So Alabama's eye test. What is it? The eye test? They lost 24-3 12 days ago to Oklahoma.
A bad Oklahoma team.
Yes.
Like a real bad Oklahoma team.
I mean, Jackson Arnold, the quarterback of that Oklahoma team, is in the transfer portal because they don't want to be part of that offense. Yeah. And they put up 24 on Alabama, and Alabama couldn't get into the end zone.
Right.
That's your eye test?
Right.
Okay. The eye test is actually Georgia, Alabama, Notre Dame. Take your pick of whatever the other brands in college football you would think of, Ohio State. Those are the beneficiaries of the eye test. It's a BS.
It's so bad.
Subjective system.
I just don't,
and yet I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, the Ole Miss, the Bama over Ole Miss. I don't get. I do not get.
Bama, then Miami, then Ole Miss, then South Carolina. What's the reasoning? Either they're all together or they're not.
Right.
The 3-loss SEC teams.
Yeah,
How do you
agreed.
reason that one out? But either way, there is nothing that can be done. That's another thing that he goes. We this weekend, you're telling us it doesn't matter if we went to the ACC champion and won. and that isn't going to affect things.
Meaning if Clemson wins, that should solidify the South Carolina argument.
That's correct. That they will have beaten, Clemson will have beaten, SMU's 7 or 8 right now, and won the ACC championship. Who else won a road game at a conference champion? I guess Georgia could if they were to lose to Texas, or they are the conference champion. Doesn't matter. Oregon and Penn State have that, but Penn State hosted Ohio State. Oregon hosted Ohio State, and Ohio State is not in the mix. And then I don't think the Big 12 team is going to be one of the teams with a bye. If Boise State wins, Boise State's going to be a bye team, and Arizona State or Iowa State's going to be the team with a bye, without a bye, is the 12 seed.
Yep. I would think Arizona State at the 12 seed seems like almost like a certainty if they win.
They really have turned programs against each other. There's a lot of sniping out with the Mountain West and the Big 12. BJ Raines was quote tweeting the announcer for BYU because they're calling out Boise State. It's unbelievable the civil war that's now taking place with conferences and teams, commissioners, ADs. It's truly the Wild West.
And they've reduced the importance of this game. And SMU's coach, you have that audio?
Yeah.
Rhett Lashley, who is, I would gather, a 5-star lock to be the ACC Coach of the Year, had this to say yesterday regarding the quote-unquote upside of his game this weekend with Clemson.
If the worst happens this year, do you think coaches will start to consider doing crazy things like not playing or benching players or doing things?
If our team all got COVID today and didn't play, we're in.
Wow.
We're in, right? We don't have another data point to drop us below anybody that's behind us.
Based on what happened in 2020, that's how it would go,
I think if you open up that door, you're going to see a lot of people do a lot of crazy things. Yes, we're not going to. We're going to go play in Charlotte, and we're going to try to compete for our championship because that's the right thing to do. That's what competitors do. We value an opportunity to share the field with someone like Clemson, a fantastic team, and try to do something special. And so I just, like I said, I'm going to choose to believe that on Sunday that the right thing will be done as well on the other end.
Is there a dog
in the background?
I think that was that gerbil again.
Yeah, it got bigger.
Is that Tom Hart's dog in the background, you think? Was he at the press conference? He brought his dog?
It could be Ward Manuel's dog. He's working on the data points.
That poor soul has to go up there and he becomes like he's either the devil to you or he's like a guy who might become the devil to you if your team is to drop out.
And his point being that if they didn't have to play this weekend, they're in.
Right. And he's
I'm
spot
telling
on.
you, if Clemson wins, man, if you had to bet, who gets the spot, SMU or Alabama?
I don't want to, I'm not saying because
What the hell does it matter?
Because I got lit up like a Christmas tree yesterday for making one prediction about, I'll say Bama will get in over there.
Way to dig it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah. And then what's the future look like if you can play?
That's the thing.
How they should set it now.
They're
honestly.
talking in Austin about the possibility. Quinn Ewers has had a bad lower body injury. I think it's an ankle, right? Even though he was running around like crazy at A&M this past Saturday, about maybe resting Quinn Ewers for the SEC championship game because they know they're in.
Yeah.
And have Arch Manning play and make sure Ewers is okay. And if they have a bye, they have a bye. And if not, they're going to be hosting a playoff game as a 5 seed and get to play the 12 seed. That's what you got. That's what you've created.
Yep.
You got a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. Bernie Federko joins us next here on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Miami Heat defeat the Los Angeles Lakers last night 134-93. The Lakers' woes continue as they drop 6 out of their last 8. Tyler Hero with 31 points last evening. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. This is the Morning After. It's 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, 101 ESPN YouTube channel as well, if you prefer that neighborhood. It just depends on what neighborhood you prefer, Doug. You got 2 different channels.
Yes.
And you got the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app and TMA STL app. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Bernie Federko. Morning, Bernie.
We can't hardly hear you.
Really?
No, that's better. That's better now.
Yeah. Doug, you fixed it.
Yeah, nicely done.
Okay.
Bernie, I want to preface this with the context of I understand it's only 4 games, and I understand Winnipeg, after their incredible start, is on a bit of a slide. With that established, the way the Blues have played, really minus a couple periods against the Flyers, since Jim Montgomery's taken over, and especially against that team in Winnipeg on Tuesday night, this has really been something else. And I'm curious if you were to dial in and go into the weeds is what you've seen with the change and picking up 7 of 8 points over the last 4 games since Jim Montgomery's come in. What would you say that you've noticed has been a change for the team that's led to this success?
Well, Tim, I would say it's just the energy and the excitement that they have when they're playing. I mean, I think that when we were watching them before, it seemed like they were depressed. It didn't seem that they wanted to play or they had any excitement about playing in the game, and I don't know what that reason was, but since then, that has happened. I see a new energy. I see a new, I guess, desire to compete that I wasn't seeing before. So I don't know. Yes, it is a small sample size so far. Yes, you know what? They beat the Rangers, a team that was the 4th in a row they had lost. They ended up winning, losing 5 or 6 in a row. Winnipeg the same way. But I just think it's a fun team to watch now. I mean, for a time there, it was not fun to watch. It just seemed that no one wanted to get anything going, and now I'm seeing the desire is a lot greater, and because of that, they're competing better, and they're playing way better, and they're winning games.
Does it cause you to reevaluate, whereas we were saying, maybe they're a playoff team? Do you look at them now differently?
Right at the moment, I do. This is a team that, the management believes that this team is capable of being a playoff team. So I think when you look at it that way, right now they can continue to play the style that they're playing and with the desire they're playing with. I think yes now, because I think I've said it all along is that the goaltending is so good. I mean, Hover didn't get that much work the other night, but Binnington is one of the best goaltenders in the league, and if you go back to that Philly game, they should have never won that game, but without Binnington. But he was really the difference maker in them getting that at least point against the Flyers. So with the goaltending they have, I think that they're capable of winning any game, and if they can score some goals, I mean, thankfully they're scoring some goals. I mean, we've been seeing so many one goal games and 2 goal games. You got to get the offense going, and yes, if they can get some offense going, there is a chance that they can climb back into this playoff race.
Do they have a noticeable weakness? You said get the offense going. Is that it? Is that the thing that they still need to kind of fix?
I say, Doug, yes. I mean, I think that you've got to score goals in this league, and I mean, even I'm watching Nashville keep them to lose. I mean, Nashville scores 1 goal last night in Toronto. If you're not scoring goals, I mean, you got to be so good. It's almost you have to be perfect to play defensively, and I don't think anybody does that. You're going to make mistakes in a game each and every night, and the goaltender can't bail you out each and every time. But if you don't have the offense to score at least 3 goals a game, I think that and you can do that consistently, you're not going to win that many games. So yes, I think that's still a problem. I mean, obviously, no Buchnevich. I mean, Thomas was out. I don't think he's still back into really his rhythm of play yet. But this team has got to be able to score goals, and if they can get the offense going, yes, I think that would make a big difference.
Bernie, I don't know if all fans have figured out what the Four Nations face-off is. It's in lieu of the All-Star game, but when Jordan Binnington, Colton Parayko get invited to play for Team Canada, as a guy who grew up in Canada, anytime Team Canada comes calling, how big a deal is it for players from that country?
Oh gosh, Martin, I think that's maybe the biggest honor that you can get to get selected to play for Team Canada, and especially in this format. I mean, we're not talking about an all-star game or just a world championship at the end of the season when you pick from the teams that don't make the playoffs. This is really the ultimate goal. And it's the same way for the kids that play hockey for the United States or Sweden or Finland. When you get picked to be on the national team, basically, it's a huge honor, and certainly both Binnington and Parayko deserve it. They've played great, and the fact that Doug Armstrong believes in them too. I mean, Army's the big shot on the general manager and the president of all this operation as far as this goes, and this is not favoritism by any means. This is guys that have earned the spot, and I think it's just huge for both of them to be able to be a part of this team.
And do you think Parayko has a little more maybe appreciation outside of St. Louis? I think he's been here a long time. He's a really good player, but I think people are always wanting a little something more from him that's maybe not there in terms of physical, but it seems like internationally he's very highly regarded.
Yeah, when you see just the size, I mean, we see him on every night, and so do we see Binnington every day, and we talk about that all the time. And I think that when you go around the league, I mean, it's obvious that these teams that play against the Blues know who the players are that are hard to play against. And Parayko, yes, he's not the most physical guy, but his presence out there, the way he skates, the way he defends, the way he shoots it, I mean, he's got the qualities that really fit in, and he's such a great guy too. And he's a perfect guy to have as a teammate. And I mean, some of the guys are not going to play. I mean, you're going to have guys that are going to be there for the tournament, and they're going to get maybe limited playing time. And I think Colton is one of those guys that is going to get the chance to play, but maybe he's not going to get to play all the time, or not as much as he's used to playing here. But he's certainly not going to affect him at all. He's going to go about being just a great teammate. So I think that it is. These guys are recognized outside of St. Louis. I mean, we know how good they are here. We see them each and every night, but it's good to see that they're getting rewarded by on an international scene now because of the way the other teams, the other general managers, and the other coaches and players look towards them playing against them.
Do they have enough Saskatchewan players on the roster for your liking?
You know, I don't know if there's.
Boy, that to me it seems like that's a big deal. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it is. You know what? Unfortunately, I never got the opportunity to play either with that. You know, the World Championships. We made the playoffs every year, so I never really got a chance. The one time I got a chance, got asked, was 1970. Let's see, would have been 78, 79. I ended up breaking my wrist at the end of the season and didn't get to go and be a part of Team Canada. So I never really got a chance to. And then I never did get a chance on the Canada Cups and stuff. But certainly to be able to have a Team Canada jersey or a Team USA, Team Sweden, Team Finland, Team Russia, whatever it is, that's a big deal in the hockey world.
Do you miss traveling now, like this trip the Blues are on now? Do you miss Winnipeg and Calgary in December?
You know what? I don't miss Winnipeg, but Calgary is always fun. I mean, Calgary is, if there's days off to get over, it's about an hour drive to go to Banff, to go into the mountains. That's always a nice little trip that we'd always kind of make for a couple of days if we had a couple of days off in Calgary. But no, I don't miss Winnipeg. I don't miss Edmonton, but Calgary, Vancouver are always nice no matter what time of year you get to go there.
How close are those places to your hometown of Foam Lake?
By car, Calgary is about an 8-hour drive, so it's quite a ways away. So you can, I mean, it's a day drive, but it's a hard drive too. It's still, there's no 4-lane highways up there, so it's still 2-lane. And at this time of the year when it's about 30 below zero, you never want to be on the road that long.
That's why you don't move back, isn't it?
That's exactly it. I don't like it here.
Yeah, and Bernie, because there's a Taylor Swift series of concerts in Vancouver, the boys are spending extra days in Edmonton because there aren't hotels available. So you're missing on an extended stay trip.
Well, you know what? The Blue Willow Chinese food restaurant, I'm going to miss it. That's the best place there. I mean, it's the best. It's the best Chinese food. the guys will be eating there a couple of times.
Nice. And a recommendation, Doug, next
How about
time.
that?
Next time I'm up that way.
I got to say, Curbs sound a little bitter that they wouldn't be in Vancouver. They'd be hanging in Edmonton a little bit longer.
Yeah, I picked up a read there.
Bad. Yeah, that's not a good thing because I'm sure it's there's probably a lot of snow and it's probably really cold there.
Nature of the beast. Well, it's fun to watch either way. We'll get a chance to see them play the Flames and Oilers, two teams that they are currently right there with in the wild card standing, and then the Canucks as they wrap up the Western Canadian road trip. Bernie, always good to talk it over with you every Thursday here on TMA. Thanks so much for the time.
Thanks, you guys. You have a great rest of the week.
You too.
All right, thank you,
That's
Bernie.
the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko, with us here on TMA, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you have anything you want to tell us about?
Well, Mark Milton comes to mind right now because I know there are people out there that might have some tax issues. I don't know, maybe you forgot to pay your taxes. Maybe you were confused by having to pay quarterly. Whatever it is, if you got unfiled tax returns or tax liens or bank levies, maybe wage garnishments bothering you, and now you're worried about the godforsaken tax man. What are you going to do? What will you do? Well, what you do is get in touch with Mark Milton. He is the STL tax lawyer. In fact, conveniently enough, that's his website, stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. And now he helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems with the IRS. And if you go to Mark Milton, you'll be saying, hey, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Any kind of IRS problems at all, you contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Chuckles Marlo joining us.
He's here.
He is in the building, Doug.
Okay, great.
In the 9 o'clock hour, Robert Thomas with us. In the 10 o'clock hour, addressing his goal 9 seconds into a game right after Jackson had texted him at 6:15 in the morning that day. That is coming up in addition to the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back. Morning After, 101 ESPN. Show's presented by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and look who is sitting over there, Doug.
I saw him sitting over there.
That's Charlie Marlo,
Hello,
Martin's
Chuck.
former cohort at the 2 Fox, our former cohort here on TMA. Chuckles Marlo.
Great to see you guys. Honestly,
Wonderful to see.
I miss all you guys.
You
miss
do?
you, brother?
Yes, I do.
We were always just co-workers, though.
Yeah, colleagues, coworkers,
Yeah.
Martin's assistant.
I used to say that, and I think somebody you were dating at the time, and the mother said, "Why are you Martin's assistant?" It was a joke. It was a bit.
But it was an inside joke because I said in my previous job, I didn't like that. So then you did it on purpose.
Yeah. That's part of the witty banner we had on Fox 2 for 14 years.
Charlie, you are you missing the day-to-day, whether it be of television or radio in the St. Louis area? Be honest with me. My read, Doug, is a no.
Yeah.
It's a no.
But
I actually still do a lot of the same stuff, sports-wise, just not the same sports. Like, I'm working, Martin won't believe this, but I'm working harder.
Martin jumps all over this anytime
we
you
can
say
get to this. But I'm working harder and more than I've ever worked in my life. But
What are you doing?
But it's all NASCAR. It's literally 24/7, 365 NASCAR. I could do a 3-hour show on NASCAR, but I could do nothing basically on St. Louis sports right now. That's the truth.
Well, that's what we do.
When did you get into NASCAR so thoroughly?
Basically about 3 years ago, on a whim.
So you were not a fan growing up?
I was not a fan growing up. We did cover a lot of NASCAR in Lansing when I was there for 2 years because we had the track there, Michigan International Speedway. But on a whim, I was into YouTube 2021, and I saw Kenny Wallace. Somebody on X basically said, you need to do a YouTube channel.
Somebody said that to Kenny?
To Kenny.
Okay.
And I've known Kenny for a long time. He was on the show with, what show was that?
There was the Midday Grind.
Yeah.
The Midday Grind.
We were talking up the Daytona 500, and I said, let's get Kenny Wallace on. And he didn't live here then, but he was getting ready to move back here, and he became a friend of the show on the Midday Grind.
So basically, I texted him that night. The next day, he was doing videos. It's basically 3 years ago, and it's become more than a full-time job. Like, we could easily hire people. We just partnered with Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s company,
Doug?
Dirty Mo Media.
That's a big get. We were texting about that,
Yeah.
so that came to fruition, and you were working
Yes.
with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool. All local podcast. I mean, it's a national podcast, but it's Kenny Wallace and Ken Schrader, and I produce it. So 2 St. Louis guys on by far the biggest NASCAR podcast platform out there.
And I'll text Charlie jokingly, "Oh, I know you're busy. What are you talking to Joey Logano's crew chief?" And he writes back, "You mean Bill Anderson?" I'm like, oh, my God.
Gosh.
He knows the crew chief.
So are you on the show, or are you the producer, or both?
Well, for that show, I'm the producer. But for the channel, I do a lot of on-camera stuff. I host a show with Rick Mast, if you've heard of him.
Doug, you know Rick
Famous
Mast.
crew. He was a famous crew chief.
Masty. Yeah, he and I way back on the
That's
round
a
and
big
round
name.
circuit.
He was a driver.
Oh, that's
but,
right.
So he's known for, he had the pole for the first ever Brickyard 400 back in 1994. Great guy, lives in Virginia. So I do a show with him. I do a lot of on-camera stuff, but it's mostly Kenny's deal.
But that's a passionate fan base. This is what Cam and Strick tapped into with their hockey
Absolutely.
podcast. Is like the people that love the NHL love that podcast because it's players they know. And same with NASCAR. That's a passionate fan base you've tapped into. Way to go, Chuck.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm so like
Thank you.
proud is the right word because that comes up. But I mean, like, good for you for recognizing an opportunity, maybe seeing into the future, even though it's really kind of the present, and tapping into it. And it all started from a text to Kenny Wallace to say,
Yeah.
hey, wow. I mean, imagine if you don't send that text.
And the funny thing is, so at the time I was doing a lot of Cardinal stuff on YouTube. And basically the same day I told Cam and I were doing the show, I said, let's do a YouTube for you and also with Kenny. And Cam was just going gangbusters with Strick already.
Yeah.
And I never thought it would be a full-time. I mean, I could easily work 70 hours a week on this.
Doing what?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Just nonstop content.
Editing? A lot of editing.
But like Kenny Wallace is literally built for this. The reason I text him is I go, you're already doing this. He was putting videos out on X and Facebook before anyone else.
And
I'm
what was
talking
he
about
doing in these videos?
just literally sitting on his couch talking about anything. And I'm like, you're already doing it. Let me just take them and put them on YouTube. And 3 years later, it's now pretty good deal.
How do you sell it?
Well, because it's YouTube, we have the Google ad revenue. But we have a corporate sponsorship with Jags, which is his longtime
Jags Performance.
sponsor.
Jugs,
Yes.
wasn't that a naughty magazine?
Yeah, well,
A little different
I
here.
stopped my subscription. What year was that? 2020.
I don't know the years, Tim.
This is Jags. This is a aftermarket car parts.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tim's dead. You got to pick, Timmy. We can't have Hustler and Jugs. Pick one of the. Or your mother says you're spending too much on the subscriptions.
Yeah, that was an awkward conversation in 2021.
Chuck, I told him you were famous for "We'll figure it out," and you'd be walking out of the office at 11 o'clock. I mean, what? And you're like, "We'll figure it out." You figured it out. See,
you did figure it out.
Well, but we figured it out is always like, don't you think in this business you have to be 100% just day by day, show by show, segment by segment, like
fluid.
Don't talk about tomorrow's problems until we get through at Fox 2 the 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10.
The most
and then
important
the morning
show is the next one.
That's what I'm saying.
Doug. Right.
That's what We'll Figure It Out is all about.
No, but on occasions I would say,
sure.
do you want to cover the Mizzou game Saturday? We'll figure it out. Well, it's Friday night. I'm like, we'll figure it out. I'm like, do you want to go to spring training? We'll figure it out.
No, hold on.
It's in a week.
These are bad examples.
Well, these are made up examples.
Right, but anything fun I would absolutely want to do. But do I want to go to the local high school and 45 minutes away for the high school preview? Probably not, but here's where COVID helped. See, this is where Martin got mad at me one of many times, but the best thing about COVID was Zoom, right? So you didn't have to leave your house, didn't have to leave the station. But then when COVID was over, I tried to keep the Zooms going so I didn't have to really go anywhere.
Right.
And then I basically started only covering high schools that were on my route from Glendale to the station.
Right.
So if you were
high, got a lot of coverage.
well, if you were on Lindbergh, any school on Lindbergh was getting a lot of play for a couple years now.
Or North Glendale Middle School.
Sure.
Chuck's like, seriously, they have a really good fourth grade basketball team too. We could do no, dude, think about this. I'm like, why? Because it's a mile from your house.
Mary Queen of Peace. Yeah.
And then I'm like, Chuck, the Zooms are over. COVID's over, buddy. They're having a pep rally today at such and such high school to celebrate. Oh, dude, I'll get the coach to Zoom over this morning from his office. Like, that's not the same.
Yeah, but a high school pep rally, little different than Cardinal spring training or a big Mizzou football game. Come on now.
Martin conceded the point.
But God bless those high schoolers. They're doing great.
Chuckles, will you? I can't wait to discuss, because I don't know where you are on this with your Buckeyes, because I know you love the Buckeyes. So I'm gonna delve into that on the program. And a lot of the longtime TMA listeners are thrilled to see you in there. You see Jackson's drop auditor is in the YouTube chat, and they want Jackson to play some Charlie drops. I bet Jackson has some queued up.
I'm a solid St. Louis 9.
You're a solid
Coach in this gym can take this whistle from May.
I got to get headphones on here.
Hold on, jackass.
He took them off.
So to hear your own drops.
Right.
This is like a This Is Your Life for Charlie.
All right, go again, please.
You live on this show via the drops.
Good evening, sports fans. Doug Vaughn here with your Sportscast. Our top story tonight, John Jay will be back tomorrow. Here's him getting a hit in 2012.
That was unfair.
Classic.
Keep going, Jackie.
Stay well. Doug, in the meantime, why don't you say something? That's close enough. Jackass.
Oh.
Is there a Chuck bin, Jackson? Is that what there is? Okay. You got your own bin, Charlie.
This is, you know what? There's a similarity with Jackson and Charlie. I don't know if you know it, Martin, because you're close with Chuckles, and Charlie, Martin and Jackson have an alliance on this program.
Really?
And maybe now I'm starting to see the similarities. And that is that Jackson, very likable, like yourself, but the texters would occasionally land a jab that would hit, and then Jackson goes into a dark place. And I think that would have at the beginning. I mean, once you'd done it for 15 years or something, you kind of becomes numb to it. And I think that's what that one was, where you called him jackass or something like that.
Yeah, no, I think.
Do you miss getting your ass lit up on a regular basis as part of collecting a living?
It still happens on X.
Oh, does it?
But I think it's one of those absence makes the heart grow fonder. I think they now miss me.
Is that what it is?
It feels like that.
That is a phenomenon that goes on with this industry.
That's why I waited 18 years to do a show with Tim again. I thought if I could just time this perfectly, they'll actually want me to come back.
Yeah, and you did it. 2024 after 2006. Chuckles, Marlo in studio for the 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, along with Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt. And a loyal, longtime sponsor of the program is Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
That's who they are. Man, if you've got a car guy you can go to and trust, it just means the world. Because sooner or later, something's going to happen to your car, whether it's just routine maintenance or you need a real repair. And so what do? What will you do? Well, you go to Mung & S St. Louis Acura or Mung & S Burkett Alton Toyota. Sure, you can buy a car there. Fabulous selection of new and used cars, but they also maintain your car and just do a fantastic job. And we have a special phone number. Charlie, you might want to write this down.
Sure.
Yep,
It goes straight to the muckety mucks. Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Mung & S, Ryan Seiberg. And here's the number, 314-252-0029. You're not writing a thing. You're not writing it down because you're not going to remember it. Here is the number again to the muckety mucks at Mung & S St. Louis Acura. 314-252-0029. You dial that number and you get straight to the decision makers. Everybody has access to these guys, but this kind of gives you that little special in. You tell them that you listen to TMA, they go, right this way, sir. We'll take great care of you. They take great care of everyone, and they'd love a chance to take great care of you. Their websites, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
There it is, Mung & S St. Louis Acura, Mung & S Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, sponsor of TMA. And our upcoming 10 o'clock hour, where Robert Thomas will join us along with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome back. It is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program, and it is our pleasure, nay, honor, to have Charlie Marlo. You like that? Nay?
Nay, I don't really care for it.
Wouldn't like it. Charlie Marlo in studio with us here for the 9 o'clock hour. And Daddy Padre was saying you and Doug were going at it with somebody on Twitter the other day, and he wanted to know what the story with that. And Doug's like, I haven't tweeted.
It's been a long time since I tweeted anything. Right?
But you're a regular on the Twitter tweets.
I'm on the X. Yeah. I do like X, but it's kind of a time suck. But I'm on all these social medias now. I basically put the same videos on like 5 different.
That's the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is the game.
Yeah, but I mean, it's working. You got a great thing going.
Yeah, but I don't like that aspect. I like making the long form, horizontal content, as we call it, right?
Just like TV.
Yes, or radio, podcast, whatever. But these little shorts that the kids like, you have to put the captions on. It takes forever. KG in O-Town knows this.
Great at it, isn't he?
He's great at it, but it takes a long time.
Does that? How much does like those two Benji Molina clips yesterday? Obviously, that made its way around Cardinal fans. How long did each one of those take you, Chairman?
The first one was a little different, just because the show I was trying to get it out quick, so bouncing around with podcasts. But if I don't have anything else and I can just focus on that, I can knock it out in 30, 40 minutes.
Okay, is that for you comparable, Charlie?
Sure, but 30, 40 minutes for 1 minute. That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Are you doing graphics like chyrons where you put names? And have you learned from your Demoff incident?
You know what's funny is so Kenny and I, what I love about what Kenny and I do is like we can do obviously whatever we want, and we're not super edgy, but we swear, he swears, it's all good. But now that we're with this Dirty Mo Media, and this is a compliment, but they're very corporate. I mean, this is one of the biggest podcasts.
And it's owned by Dale Earnhardt Jr., or he's just a big partner?
No, he is. It's a Dale Earnhardt Jr. company.
Okay.
And for NASCAR, you can't get any bigger. So basically anything that we put out there, podcast or YouTube, goes through a heavy approval process.
Oh, wow.
Which is fine, but it's just different because we literally put anything out there. And I'll bleep out some F words if I feel like it'll hurt us for ad revenue. But that's the only reason, is if it's early in the video and I feel like they won't monetize it. That's the only reason I'll bleep anything.
So if you say the F word, it can affect ad revenue.
What I've heard is you don't want like the hardcore swear words in the first 30 seconds of a video. And you can't have a million F-bombs. I think if you have 1 or 2 throughout a long video, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Interesting.
So have
Gabe
you
Bjarman would
learned-
talk about that on his post-game show, that it could blow up his post-game show if people are yelling F-bombs.
So have you learned from the Demoff incident, young man?
I guess. I still,
That's one of the greatest moments in St. Louis television, and it's yours.
You know what, though? You know what bothers me about that? Is that I was, and I don't want to get Martin into trouble, although it's all new leadership, I'm sure, but I was essentially kind of forced to apologize. I didn't think I had to or should have, but at the time, you're depending on the company for your income.
Sure.
And it felt like the thing I should do to keep my job. I don't feel like I should have had to apologize, but it is what it is.
But the station wasn't irate with you. They just felt they needed to do it.
One person was.
Irate. I think the press, the one thing I would agree, I'm not Mr. Management, you know that, but I understand, like in the building, if you let Charlie do that, even though we all thought it was funny and was a great dig, and Demoff is a perfect target, you're going to have almost 100% approval rating of people watching in St. Louis. If you have a morning show producer there that puts Mayor Smith and puts underneath idiot politician, and you go, wait a minute, what's that? Well, Charlie did it. And then the 5 o'clock producer puts Dave Murray blew the forecast last night. Like, you can't. It could be a slippery slope.
And to be fair,
although those would be hilarious newscasts to watch.
I knew, like we always did this. If you had a borderline thought, right? Like you're trying to be funny, but you're also knowing, okay, you're on the line.
Yeah.
I would always ask Martin or someone else, hey, do you think this is cool? Like I knew if I asked anybody about that. You know what? I'm pretty sure I did that, honestly, for the TMA audience. I'm serious. Well, but here's the thing. Every once in a while, I would do little, I call them, what do you call them?
If you know, you know.
Little eggs.
Yeah.
You hide them. But they weren't like that. But they were little things.
That one wasn't hidden.
Right. But they were little things, kind of inside jokes. And I'd probably done it 3 to 5 times over the course of the many years I was there. And I would get a message on X like, hey, I saw that. That's funny. But it would be an inside joke. This one obviously blew up because somebody screenshotted it on Twitter.
Hilarious. I love it. I was at home that night, and I heard about it. I thought, oh my God, that's Rich. He probably thought he always hated the Rams. I just assumed it was Rich Gould. And then an NFL longtime executive texted me and said, great line about Demoff. And I said, wasn't me. And they said, very disappointing. And I said, because I wasn't at work that night that it went down. Professional liar. Chuck, you're a gem. That's what you are, buddy.
Oh, thanks, buddy. You guys are all gems. A lot of talent in this studio.
Now that you're a big NASCAR Jim, do you ever go over to Worldwide Technology Park and just peacock around a while like you're the cock of the walk?
He does.
I like to go over there. I was there for Indy. I was there for NHRA.
Yeah.
I was there for the NASCAR races. Yeah. You know what I really like about NASCAR too?
What's that?
And this is as I get older. This is kind of why I've started to even watch or try to watch more football. Is NASCAR is an easy watch. It is once a week on a Sunday. You can tune in for the start. They got stages. You tune in at the end. You know, and I know you guys are the home of the Blues and all that, and Cardinals are great. But that's a lot of work to really follow those teams.
Jackson, is that why you don't watch the Blues games?
I know he's a big NBA guy.
Work involved?
Because they have the same number of games they play, just for the record.
Right, I know. Okay. But Cardinals, you got to watch about 20 hours a week.
But if you like it doesn't feel like work if you like it.
But still, as you get older, you got some kids maybe, you're busy, you go to sleep. Like NASCAR is once a week for about 3-4 hours, and you can just tune in about 3-4 times
and then talk about it for a week and a half.
Yes, that's what I like.
What do you hate?
The NFL/college football phenomenon. I mean,
why do you hate testing?
Why do I hate testing?
Like during the week, they got to get the tires tested.
Oh yeah, no, Saturdays are big.
Okay.
Big content days. Doug, as you know, all the driver media availabilities are on Saturday for qualifying and all that.
I used to live over there in the pits.
Sure, absolutely.
Producer Dave would always put NASCAR qualifying on the Friday night show. And Charlie, you used to complain back, and then now you would want it in there.
Oh, now we monetize that, baby, for sure.
It's a big thing. Has it been easy to learn it?
You know what? I feel like in year 3, so first year, I'm trying to think. So December 2021, we start. I would say that whole year, so 2022, I probably didn't feel real comfortable doing a show. But now the last couple years, I feel like, especially for the Cup guys, the Sunday guys, I have a pretty good idea of what's going on. But I'm not going to pretend like I know tire treatments and all that. But in terms of like the storylines, which are great, because there's fights, there's rivalries, there's wrecks. I mean, I'm sitting there. All I want on a Sunday, all I want is fights, wrecks, and controversy. The worst thing is like when William Byron just boringly wins a race. I'm like, you can't make any money on that. I want fighting. I want storylines. You know, Bubba Wallace gets involved, and people get mad for different reasons, and that's what I want.
Are there some good cliches that you've learned, like rubbing is racing?
Sure, absolutely. John, can I first or last?
Jackson posed a question the other day about fighting in sports. Where do the NASCAR fights rank in terms of the sports skirmishes?
So this year you probably saw Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Kyle Busch. That was pretty good.
Well, that's one that I missed.
Okay, I mean, that was a big fight.
That was a big one.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s dad gets involved.
The dad came out of the stands or out of the...
No, they're waiting. They're waiting at the hauler back there. You had a dude. You had a pit crew. I know the lingo. You had the pit crew dude literally clearing folks, like throwing dudes off the hauler. Then a couple years ago, you had a good punch, Ross Chastain versus Noah Gragson. There's some pretty good fights. Pretty good.
Good scraps, Doug.
Okay.
Especially over by the hauler, Doug.
Yeah, that's where it all goes.
What do you want me to call them? I mean, I know the lingo. I'm sorry. Okay.
The trucks. Can't you just say the trucks?
Okay, but it's but that people might think Craftsman Truck Series, right?
All right, enough. We've had enough.
We're being talked down to.
All right, enough. Let's move on to Ohio State. And I was debating on the air whether you would be anti-Ryan Day, and somebody actually texted in the show and said Chuck called for his head on X the other day.
Well, I did 2 years ago, though. 2 years ago.
You won it about 2 years ago.
I understand. Look, 2 years ago was the game that made no sense versus Michigan. But then, I'm being fair, they freaking had Georgia beat, right? If they kick a field goal,
yes, that's
or
true.
if Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't get knocked out at the end of the game.
That's true.
They beat Georgia, and they win the national championship because that was the year Georgia beat, TCU 65-7 or something like that. So
correct.
I'm trying to be fair, but if you watch Ohio State, just versus Michigan, it's weird. They're in his kitchen. Like that game plan on offense didn't make any sense.
Because he wanted to run the football to prove a point, even though their talent to move the football is going to be mostly through the air. Is that a fair, casual Ohio State observation?
I truly believe that the comments from Harbaugh, the born on third base, thinking you hit a triple, but more so the Lou Holtz, if you remember.
Lou Holtz, yes, absolutely.
Lou Holtz said something like, "You're not a tough team, you're soft." I honestly think that personally offended Ryan Day. Like, that team has a bunch of NFL wide receivers.
Right.
And Michigan was without their top corner. Michigan's strength, D-line. Ohio State, O-line, banged up. And even some of the coaches afterwards for Michigan were like, what were they doing? Exactly. They literally, I mean, these are coaches essentially quoted saying, I can't believe they played into our strength the entire game.
Michigan probably went in thinking, hope we can keep this close.
Sure.
Can't score, and yet they held them scoreless in the second half. So do you think he will be whacked?
I don't know. I would think, look, they could still win the national championship.
Plus
so obviously,
450, they are the fourth most likely team in Las Vegas to win the national championship at this moment.
I don't know the answer to that. I just feel like there's something going on there versus Michigan. And I understand people say he's 66-10, but all those games he wins were the same games that Tressel won, same games that Urban Meyer won, and he essentially loses all of the games that those guys won. I think Urban was 7-0 versus Michigan. I think Tressel was maybe 9-1.
It's the old John Cooper thing.
That's what it feels like. And as a 42-year-old man who grew up as an Ohio State fan during the John Cooper era, they were 10-1, 11-0 every year. And I feel like Michigan was about 8-3 every year. And Michigan won that game dang near every single year. And that's what it's starting to feel like. But this year's different because Michigan was really good the last 3 years.
Right.
This was supposed to be the easy win.
20.5 point
at home.
favors.
Come on now. Come on now, Doug.
And then they had the flag planted. Now, if another NASCAR podcast, if a NASCAR podcast that's a rival were to come into your studio and plant their checkered flag, how would you react to that?
Well, I'd be happy because, again, any controversy, you got to monetize.
You
know
like the
this.
fights. Yeah.
Chucky clicks.
Anything interesting. Just give me something interesting, Doug.
Something different.
Yes, and are we really going to clutch pearls over flag planting? Now, I will say this. I think Gus Johnson, who I love, he probably needs some vision correction. But at the end of the game, he's just going nuts with the embarrassment and all that. Now, as I'm watching that, I'm like, come on, guys. It's flag planting and little fights. That's Ohio State, Michigan all the time. I will say the pepper spray. Now, was that warranted? I don't know.
They were in tears over there on the side.
I mean, they're spraying reporters.
It seemed a bit much with the pepper spray. And Doug and I actually disagreed. I just said, if you lose, just leave the field. Like, we showed them after the game. But Doug said, if it's my team, I want them fighting mad. Don't let them plant the flag. First of all, the planting the flag is stupid. But if they do it, who cares? And Doug said, no, I want them out there fighting back.
Yeah.
I have no problem with Michigan trying to plant the flag. I have no problem with Ohio State defending their stadium.
Well, they didn't for 60 minutes.
But you know what? Jack Sawyer, you know that. Doug, he's 0-4. Gusgasm. Did you see though early? And I'm never the guy that rips on broadcasters
You told him to get glasses or something.
Okay, but I understand.
Are you drinking and watching?
No, I don't even drink that much anymore. Honestly, I really
know
don't.
who you are.
I know it stinks. But early on in the game,
you used to have a problem with the bottle?
No, but I mean,
Saturdays.
I got here.
A little scotch?
No, mostly beer.
A lot of beer on Saturday.
Well, Thursdays, Fridays,
Crystal
Saturdays.
meth? Did you
none of that?
Your beak there?
None of that. But I got here. I was a 25-year-old single guy.
Yeah, bachelor.
Yeah, but no. Gus, if you remember early on, he thought the line of scrimmage was the first down line. Early on. which, Doug, that can't happen.
No,
and
that can't happen. You kidding me?
He was like, it's going to be close, but it was the line of scrimmage. And again, I don't
bear claws 2 at a time.
I don't like to criticize broadcasters because God knows everybody could criticize me for a lot of things over the years.
I don't know. This show is pretty flawless, I feel like.
Sure.
I feel like Chuck's first foray into TMA, we were at 1380.
That's correct.
And you were saying you wouldn't mind seeing the Cubs win the World Series, and people were all ticked off at you then.
Well, I still stand by that.
You were there when they
But I'm not a St. Louisan, and that was a great story. And I got to cover it. Remember, Martin tried to bring me back from the World Series. And I was like, no, I think I'll keep going. I was staying with my buddies in Chicago.
Oh,
I was
really?
staying with my brother in Cleveland.
Not costing the station anything.
Well, that was the thing. I'm like, dude, I'm driving. I'm staying with my friends, having a great time.
Yeah.
He's like, come back after game 2. I was like, why don't I just stay for all 7?
And then we could promo exclusive coverage. Fox 2's there as the World Series plays out. He's staying at his buddy's couch.
Okay, but can't we all now, like, you guys you're honest people. The Cubs winning the World Series in the same way the Red Sox winning the World Series. It's cool for sports. I understand St. Louis fans
Right, in
may not love
2004, it wasn't thought of that way because it was the Cardinals.
I get that.
Yeah, I agree. That I was captivated by it. It's the last World Series, Charlie, that I was looking forward to going into the World Series, with the exception of this year, and then this year wound up being a bust, whereas that one was a 7-game classic, and you were there for it, so God bless. Charlie, one of the things that we got here that we didn't have at our past establishments is commercial breaks.
I've noticed.
Yeah, and so we've got a break, but you may have missed the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. You know him well.
Oh, I do.
And he says
he loves
NASCAR.
Matt Kenseth.
He says, number 1, I want to sponsor a NASCAR segment and offer my wife to Matt Kenseth. So that's correct.
He
nice
loves
read.
Matt Kenseth.
And then secondly, my buddy Screech banged out a fat in a porta potty outside of Turn 2 in Talladega.
Okay.
So it times out nicely because I have an Illinois Recovery Center spot right here. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. It's the Illinois Recovery Center online at illinoisrecoverycenter.com. You can call 888-472-9559. The IRC builds the unwavering determination to thrive beyond the shadows of the past. Whether you've made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea, online at illinoisrecoverycenter.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Charlie Marlo is in studio for the 9 o'clock hour. We'll talk it over with Charlie here throughout, and Robert Thomas at 10:15. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. It's TMA at 101 ESPN. Shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Chuckles Marlo in studio. I just heard subscriber numbers. Can we talk about those? As I was walking in, I had a little trip to the Wizards room, Doug.
Yeah.
And
Right
then
down
grabbed
the
my
hall.
protein shake.
Okay.
Can we talk about that? I mean,
Well,
that's not proprietary.
It's public.
That's public information. So what do you guys got going on with this thing?
So we're close to 120,000 for the Kenny Wallace YouTube channel.
Wow.
And then Dirty Mo Media, they have something like 450, I think, thousand.
That's your competitor?
Well,
that's kind of
we're
the
now
parent company.
partners, but we're.
Did you guys sell it?
No, that was on the table, but so we have a partnership.
You
so
and
basically,
Kenny
well,
Wallace.
Kenny and I do also. So we own
like an LLC together.
More of kind of a napkin.
They hammered it out at Ruby Tuesdays.
Handshake agreement.
We have a handshake agreement, right?
Wow.
And so
Who's your
it's
attorney?
been going 3 years. But no, we now have, we have very more official documentation now with Dirty Mo Media. But they don't own us. It's essentially a revenue sharing agreement. So it's on our YouTube, but their podcast is super big. So like our podcast never really got a great amount of traction, but they've already taken it to another level, and we just started a month ago.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And people listening that love you and love NASCAR.
The people love you in the text inbox, Charlie.
Oh, I love them as well.
How can they find this material? This is sort of the end of it's not the end of your interview, but when we do a TV segment.
You want me to
real
leave?
quick. Do you have a charity you wanted to mention real quick? But I do think you should tell people where they can find this footage.
Okay, so this is, that's an old school term,
Yeah, don't say
footage.
footage. That's an outdated film.
What
term.
about
B-roll?
That's even
B-roll.
more outdated.
So-
www.
Okay, so our YouTube is just called Kenny Wallace. Now, we still have a podcast called Kenny Wallace Media, and I'll put my sports stuff on that as well. Now, the new show is called Herm and Schrader.
Herm and Schrader.
Herm is Kenny Wallace's nickname. Schrader is obviously Kenny Schrader.
Right.
And so that's on the Dirty Mo Media podcast under their umbrella. And there you have the Herman Schrader weekly show, and you have the Kenny Conversations weekly show with Doug, big time NASCAR guests. But of course, you still have Charlie Marlo YouTube, okay?
I was going to ask about that. So what's going on in
we
the
got
Charlie
Cardinals.
Marlo?
I'm just so busy with the NASCAR.
So is this falling off now?
Oh, 100%. It's almost it's almost fallen.
Now that's where the separation from
Yes.
Jackson and Charlie.
No, it's fallen to the point of it's almost non-existent until
baseball.
And by the way, this is the Cardinals' fault because they're not very good and they're not very interesting. So it's hard to make money on the Cardinals the last couple of years. Just the truth. But then when they fire people, then it's interesting, right?
Sure.
Like you got fights. Remember you had the Wilson Contreras stuff going on a couple years ago. That was interesting.
Yeah, sure.
And then Ryan Day happened, so I jump on that.
Okay.
But the Charlie Marlo YouTube, there's not a lot of
current
updates,
material,
unless I'm really kind of feeling it.
And Ryan Day made you feel it.
Ryan Day, and we have a couple sponsors. I won't name them here, but we have enough sponsors on my YouTube to do at least a nice Doug weekly snippet.
A weekly snippet. I'm not sure I'm going to let that turn.
I think you and I started a YouTube show, like 3 different times. We would do a segment like, all right, we're going to do this every week. And then 6 months later, we never did any more of those. Yeah.
And I'd keep making a playlist. It'd be like, whatever, Martin and Marlo. And I would make a playlist. We would do one show. And then Martin's like, can we do it Thursday? 11. Hey, can we do it noon? Hey, can we do it tomorrow?
A lot of things.
And then so like we do have, I think we have over the course of 3 or 4 years, we've started a podcast 4 times, but only done 1 episode each time.
Anytime you have to do something once a week, the weeks just fly by, and you go, we got to do another one now? We just did the last one.
But that's why I like the ability to do it whenever I want.
Because you can bank them.
Sure.
Right.
But also, there's a week you want to do 7 shows.
Yeah.
But there's a week you want to do 0 shows, Doug. Now, not here. You guys want to come in every day and hammer out.
Yeah, that's what Doug said.
3-4 hours.
Right. He said, I want to come in and do 4 hours a day. He actually requested 5 hours.
Right. So you guys are 4 hours.
4 hours, 7 to 11, Charlie.
Is that a big change for you guys? Tim, you were doing it already,
I was already
correct?
doing it. Martin always has a thing he's working on onboard.
I leave at 10.
But Martin works for like every radio station in town somehow. Is that still? I know
no.
maybe before. But I'd be like, Martin's just always, he's always got a show here and there. And
Just got to keep it in play.
Yeah.
There might even be some spots still running at my old.
I was listening to the Missouri game on KTRS this past Saturday, and I go, God, whose voice is that? Sounds familiar. I go, son of a bitch, I work with him every day over at 101.
Well, we had a few contractual obligations that needed to play out with Mizzou football.
Absolutely.
Love the Big 5 team. Very different audience than here, so you can be a fan of both.
Right.
And
So are the old school listeners? I've seen this a little bit.
Oh yeah,
because
this is the nature of the beast.
More sportsy, shorter segments, which is fine.
So the thing with the breaks is on the first day we did the show at 101. And understandably, people are like, what the hell happened? TMA listeners are like, you guys have been on HD2 and AM radio for jacking around. Perfect way to describe it. The 101 listeners are like, what the hell happened to Randy Carricker, Dan McLaughlin, Brooke Grimsley, Matt Rocchio? And we're just in the middle of it, and they wanted us to be here, so that's the spot that we're in. And the first day, right around this time, Tommy Matter, who's in charge of operations, goes, oh, we're going to change the clock because your show is better, more Doug, to breathe with more
free-flowing.
And I believe the date that the clock is changing is actually this Monday, December 9th. So that will be better for our style of show. But
so how long for the segments now coming up?
So I think it'll be 3 breaks, and there's a possibility it even goes down to 2 in 2025.
Nice. So but the first day, people are texting, oh, my God, what is this stupidity? When are you going to talk about the Blues' third line? Jeez. And then the next one said, I hate the new format. When are we talking about Doug's cute buns? And and it would just ping-pong back and forth. And I would read this going, well, they hate us because we're not gay
and
enough.
Martin is not used to, because you've been a part of TMA, whereas Martin hadn't done it since 2006, the text inbox and the hate that you get throughout is kind of part of the show. And then Martin sees it and he's like, what in the hell is this? And then Martin's favorite hobby is to scroll back and see the text history. And oftentimes there's a lot of angry texts that go to the fast lane or even to Randy and Dan and Brooks' previous program.
I scroll so far back, they're mad at Kevin Wheeler. It's just like really old text. Really. No, this morning I was flipping through there just to see what are the folks talking about. And it was a picture of a giant turd. And I thought, who sends that in?
But that's why. So our guy, the recovering alcoholic.
Absolutely.
So he called me Charlie No Text. And the reason was, now, look, you know this. When you're in radio, TV, if you go on a message board, there's always people going to hate on you, right? That really doesn't
that is our currency.
Bother me. I mean, every once in a while, one may get personal, but it was more the times that I would fill in, and you'd go to the text line, which, by the way, the text line is great for content, but this was during the era where it was the naked Mark McGuire.
That era is still underway.
It was Mark McGuire
to see it.
with, I think, a Cardinals jersey, totally naked from the waist down, and I was tired.
You always say pretty well hung, right?
I never said that.
It was pretty solid, but still, I was tired of looking at it, Doug. I was tired of.
Well, I wasn't sending it
7 to 8 times per show. I was just tired of it.
So you became Charlie No Text because you just got burnt out on the old text line.
I mean, for a while, by the way, the textures can be really funny, but when it was just the pictures and the photoshops and Doug in different dress, with clothes without and all the photoshops. I'm trying to do a radio show, Doug.
Right. Yeah. They would try to throw us off our
text
game.
guy voice.
Yeah.
Let's go, Jackson. Give us a little. Let's go. Best of Chuck.
How about Brewers?
I'm not necessarily a big St. Louis fan, like Cardinals fan.
That's true. I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series. Yeah? What else we got?
Well, that's about
Doug was never going to leave his wife for me, so I figure I might as well marry a woman.
Yeah?
Remember that one.
Yeah.
Context.
Yeah. Is it embarrassing, though, like when the hot girl's like massaging your scalp and like you have all the dandruff everywhere?
Was that to a guest you were asking? On the line?
That was the
Not great delivery either. A lot of likes.
Did you call yourself a St. Louis 9? Is that one of the drops?
I mean, back in
I'm
the
a
day.
solid St. Louis 9.
How about that?
Right there.
I think when I got here, 25.
Yeah,
in good
live,
shape.
You got that thick, luscious hair. How about Doug's hair? Have you? I mean, look at this, Charlie.
What are you doing over there?
Is that all St. Louis hair
restoration?
Okay, I was going to ask. Some people
what did you think?
don't want to talk about it. Well,
we did commercials for a couple of years.
I figured you'd monetize it somehow. I mean,
so they offered to do it for me, and I got my mess up here. But I'm kind of like, this is how I've looked for 2 decades. I don't know if I want to mess. Not to say it's good, But I mean, I'm 48, wife, 2 kids. What am I doing? I'm not going to Napoli to see what the word is.
Yeah. Can we talk about this, though? Because didn't Bill DeWitt III, right?
It looks like he has had a procedure, and I got to tell you, I think it looks great.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And not to get back to NASCAR, but your champion.
You're going for Bill DeWitt. Well, hold on. One guy grooming us on NBA and another guy grooming us on NASCAR, Martin.
Your champion, Joey Logano, last couple years,
your champion,
got a full-on whatever company he uses, and they worked it into sponsorship. And he looks way better. And Bill
so
did
he have like what I got going on, or was he just kind of thinning? Like Doug always had a full head of hair in the back. He was just receding in the front.
You know, he was wearing a hat a lot, and now he's not because he's got a nice head of hair.
I think Graham Benzinger asked him about that.
Oh, is that right?
I think
really?
Logano on Graham's show talked about the hair.
Maybe he was weaving in some Yola.
But I think Bill DeWitt, it looks good. And it
does look good.
It's obvious he had something done, and I think he wouldn't lie to your face, but he probably thought I got tired of looking this way. I changed it up, and it looks pretty good.
Yeah, that wasn't a shot. It looks good. But
No,
I know sometimes,
it 100% does.
But some people don't want to talk about stuff like that.
I get it. I mean,
What was
there's no
the
way if I
question?
got it, I couldn't like deny it. My God, I've had a cue ball for 20 years.
Like Nick Wright. You know, Nick Wright
That
all of
is
a sudden.
such a great
And I don't even watch
observation.
those shows, but
it pops up in
it
our
was
studio.
just like, yeah.
Why not acknowledge it?
Well, he went
who
from a guy
cares?
who was balding to then have this like surfer hair, like Fabio hair, with no mention.
And then somebody called him on it, and he denied. And like, there's not a call. Like at this point, people get crap done all the time, especially if you're in front of cameras. And I just don't know why he wouldn't just go, yeah, whatever I do. You want to talk about it? It's fine. Here's what it looks like. I would recommend it. Like Doug did it, and he goes, it didn't hurt. It was easy, and look at how good the damn thing looks.
You could follow the progress on our YouTube thing.
I'll maybe check that out. But you look hot.
Dirty Mo Media would be interested in that?
Maybe.
So if you
talk
were
to Dale. Do you talk to Dale?
I have a couple times, like over Zoom. We had, we interviewed him last year also. And look, Dale's a huge part of the company. Obviously, owns the company. Mike Davis is the guy who kind of runs it.
Mikey D.
Mike Davis, yes.
If you were a St. Louis 9 when you arrived, what are you now?
I think I still am, to be honest with you.
What do you think? You think you're a 9?
Is that because St. Louis's regression?
Pretty much. I think I've stayed the same, and St. Louis has come back a little
What
bit.
is Jackson doing? He's playing at Dan Orlovsky.
Okay, no, it's switching. He's switching us to FS1. He's trying to get us some Nick Wright. So it's relevant to the topic, but he can't talk because he doesn't have a mic, so he's pointing to FS1. No, this is.
Orlovsky's on 2 different shows at the same time.
Oh.
Okay.
That's the dream, Charlie.
Rich Gould on Twitter told Orlovsky to piss up a rope.
I like that.
Because he went after Nick Sirianni, who is Gould's buddy.
I love this children's book, too, from Rich Gould.
There's a snake down there, Charlie. I've read it to my kids.
That's awesome.
So Janie May is going to be 7 in January, and Charlie Jr. is how old?
Well, he's not a junior, but he is Charlie.
Oh, he's got the different middle name thing.
He does.
That's what I got going.
We don't have to get into this, but I didn't want to name him Charlie. My wife didn't like my choice, which was Max. But so he's a Charlie. We couldn't really land on a different name. But
Max
he'll be
Marlo sounds like a detective.
I thought it sounded like a cool sports name, Max Marlo.
But then he would have had to be a sportscaster.
No,
Max
I mean like an
Marlo.
athlete. Hopefully a good athlete. We'll see. Yeah, not great genetics.
How
there.
old is
Jess was a great athlete.
Charlie?
Yeah, she was pretty good. She's a good golfer.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
College golf.
Yeah. Elon.
Elon.
How about that?
Which also gave us Frank Haith and Billy Devaney.
Billy Devaney.
That's
What's he
right.
doing, by the way?
That was Doug. Doug loved the Spagnuolo Devaney and was surprised they didn't have more success.
They look like 2 guys playing fantasy football up there.
The best part about Devaney.
5'6", 150 pounds.
You taking a shot?
Oh,
I'm sure Martin has brought this up, but when you would ask Devaney a question, he would mouth with his lips like what you were saying. He would like kind of, it was almost like he was getting ready to talk, but he would start mouthing. You remember that? He would do that. It's not good for radio.
Well,
on
we're on
YouTube,
the
it's
old
probably
radio.
good.
YouTube.
Well, one thing he did know, that Collier and Thompson was going to be the place to go if he needed his kitchen redone.
Sure.
They didn't know a whole lot about player personnel in the NFL, but boy, you talk about kitchen remodels, they would have gone to Collier and Thompson. That's where you should go too. Collier and Thompson does kitchens, bathrooms, they do basements, wine rooms, accent rooms. They'll redo a fireplace wall. They'll knock out some walls on the first floor. You name it, they do it, and they do it better than anyone in town, and they have been doing it since the 1950s. Their employees now have more than 160 years of experience, and the owners there, Carolyn Beard and Bob Strati, have both been there more than 20 years. So you ought to stop by their showroom there on Manchester in Baldwin. Take yourself a little look-see around. Look at some of the fabulous work that they can do. They've got some displays out there of some of the kitchens and bathrooms you can do. It's just incredible the work that Collier and Thompson has done around St. Louis for many years. Their showroom, over 10,000 square feet, more than 20 kitchen displays. They've got that A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They won a Torch Award for ethics, which is very important in this business. Kyron Thompson wants you to know that when they do work, you can count on the service and the quality. If something happens down the road, Matthew, the old service manager and appliance installer, will get back out there and make sure everything is done right. Kyron Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Kyron Thompson, come home to quality online at KyronThompson.com.
There it is. Kyron Thompson, phone line sponsor. Robert Thomas will be with us on those phone lines at 10:15. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45. One more segment with Charlie Marlo. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Magic continue their winning ways over the reeling Sixers, 106-102. Franz Wagner with another impressive 35-point outing. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you got your Orlando Magic update there.
Yeah, needed that desperately. I always wake up every day wondering what Franz Wagner did the night before.
Robert Thomas with us at 10:15 Blues and Flames here on 101 ESPN tonight. Pregame 7 p.m. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Charlie Marlo in. One more segment. Charlie, there are two things the people want to tend to before you head out, because you and Martin both have things at 10 o'clock. Lydia Moss-Bradley, Tuna Fish Vaughn.
Yeah. So what? They want the stories or what?
They just want updates on. They missed the Tuna Fish Vaughn era.
I did too. I had one tuna fish sandwich. I had one of them.
It was
and I was
twice.
accused of eating it every meal.
So tuna fish started because Doug, I think it was, to be fair, it was twice. Doug went to, maybe it was Subway, wherever. So one day he goes, hey, I get a tuna fish sandwich. Not a big deal. Got a couple comments probably, hey, tuna fish sucks, whatever. But then within the next couple days or a week later, Doug went to another sandwich shop and happened to get tuna again.
And I was spotted there by a listener.
Yes, this was too much. Once you get tuna twice in a row, he became Tuna Fish Vaughn. I believe you're still in my phone as Tuna Fish Vaughn. And now do people still call him that? Because that had a lot of legs, though. That went for a couple years, I feel like.
It did?
Tuna Fish with the stories from the emails from Cucky, you remember?
Yes, Cucky the Dwarf.
Yeah.
He's active,
still,
he's active in
involved?
the YouTube chat.
Okay.
I don't know if he's in there today, but yeah, Cucky the Dwarf, he's in there.
And then
Lydia Moss-Bradley, what, killed her family?
So Lydia Moss-Bradley, allegedly. Now, I will say this. At my...
you went to Bradley University.
I did.
She is the namesake of the university?
She is.
Okay.
Lydia Moss-Bradley, I want to say mid-1800s, maybe founded it. I think maybe 1892.
And her children tragically died, and you accused her of murdering every one of them.
I just brought up the facts for you to then decide. Now, by the way, at the orientation, my mom, who she's retired now, but she's a nurse, and she was reading the story of Lydia Moss-Bradley, and all 6 of her kids died and a husband. Now, this isn't the 1500s. It's not the 1600s. I understand it's not 2024, but you had a little more modern medicine in the 60s, 70s. She just thought, so I'm going to blame my mom here. She wondered, I mean, that's 6 kids, all of them, and the husband.
They were rich.
Yeah. Rich. Super rich. Yeah. So, Doug, I throw it out there, and of course, the text line ran with it, and I can't control these hoodlums.
Can you clip that off, Jackson?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we need some new drops.
Nowadays, you walk into a hospital, if your kid's got a broken arm, they think the parents have abused the kids. Back then, she lost 6 kids and a husband, and then, everyone was okay with it.
And then I was wondering, you founded a university. Was some of that kind of out of regret? Like you felt bad about it? Again, I'm just throwing out.
So took care of
different
thousands
ideas.
of kids instead of her own. Wow.
Yeah.
Anybody can Google this. You can make your own informed decisions.
You're going to do a feature at the Missouri Valley Conference tournament on this?
I probably will. Sure.
A lot of people died very young way back then, though.
No, Doug, I get that, but 7 for 7.
7 for 7. It's like Mark Whitten in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Oh. Charlie, it was wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for coming in for an hour. Don't be a stranger.
Sure.
I know you don't want 5 days a week. You don't want to be doing it. But come on in. The water's warm.
I'd love to. This was fun. Great to see you all.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Listeners.
Chuck.
Great to hear from you.
What about next Thursday? Come on by the Hot Shots. We got a big old party. I'll pick you up. Chuck
Doug's
and I.
dressing up as Santa Claus, and he's giving out
Story.
Kendrick Lamar tickets.
Wow.
SZA, too. You a SZA fan?
I'll
I got
Google
a pair of ducats.
that person, if it's a guy or girl.
You don't know SZA?
I don't.
Really? Jackson, you surprised by that? I'm surprised by that. Oh, you don't have a microphone. I forget. Here, take a listen.
So it's a guy?
We still can't tell.
No, a St. Louis native lady.
Okay.
Female.
Well, then I'm a fan.
SZA.
There you go. Charlie, Marlo, and Martin, you and Charlie are heading out for a 2 Fox reunion
Yeah, we
tour.
should. We got to schedule a day. We're out
For
having
sure.
some brews, buddy.
No doubt.
Every year, like we should get together. Next year, like, hey, we never got together. We'll do it.
Chuckles, great to see you, brother.
You too, guys.
10 o'clock hour coming up, brought to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Martin's heading out for more onboarding. Charlie's heading out for the Fox 2 reunion tour. Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt sticking around. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back. This is the Morning After. It's 101 ESPN. Robert Thomas going to join us here in a matter of moments on the program, and looking forward to that conversation, as well as the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. It all comes your way in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour, Ryan Seiberg from Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota came out here yesterday, as a matter of fact, to pick up my car for maintenance. And that's the kind of service you get from Munganess. The accessibility to the TMA listenership is just the absolute best. That is why Doug and I, we've been doing business with Munganess, St. Louis Acura for a good long while. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess. Their names are on the dealership. And then Ryan Seiberg in the service department. Go online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And there's a secret number set up, and that number is 314-252-0029. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. And looking forward to talking over with Robert Thomas here in this Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. And then we'll read your emails for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And we had the show announcement. I think was that at 8:15?
I don't know the times, Tim.
Of what we've got going on for this year's TMA Christmas party. It is a week from tonight. Join the new TMA crew at the all-new Hot Shots on Lindbergh for a TMA Christmas party Thursday, December 12th from 7 to 9 p.m. featuring Santa Doug. And that's you, Doug, dressed up as
That's what
Santa.
I understand, yeah.
With listeners sitting on your laps and getting their Christmas card pictures for the year.
That'd be nice.
Hopefully that won't be the case.
And Doug is giving out prizes every 10 minutes, like Blues tickets, signed Blues pucks, plus tons of concert tickets like Post Malone, Jelly Roll, Kendrick Lamar, SZA, El Monstero, Jack White, Sebastian Maniscalco, Disturbed, Linkin Park, and more. There'll be drink specials, TMA holiday-themed menu, Kona sampling with prizes and samples. And we ask you, as we have done now, I think it goes back a decade of bringing a new unwrapped toy. And we are working with Annie's Hope, and that was the chosen charity of the late, great Jay Randolph Jr. and his longtime companion, Amy LaBelle. So we ask you to come on out next Thursday as we welcome you to participate in the TMA Christmas party and celebrate the holidays with the new TMA crew at the new Hot Shots on Lindbergh. That is from 7 to 9 next Thursday. Robert Thomas joining us here in a matter of moments. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL and 101 ESPN YouTube channels. Welcome back. This is TMA 101 ESPN. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, ladies and gentlemen, Robert Thomas. Morning, Robert.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
Good. How are things in Calgary this morning?
Cold.
Is it? It's like 16 degrees here, though, you know?
That's pretty cold, too, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 20 degrees, and it feels like 9 in St. Louis. How about that?
Yeah.
Can't imagine it's much worse there. Hey, we haven't talked since you went out there and 9 seconds in scored a goal the same morning that Jackson texted you at 6:15 when you guys were playing the Devils, and we kind of were hoping that Jackson would continue to text you at 6:15 in the morning to keep this thing going. But Jackson said that was a one and done. Would you like him to go back to texting you at 6:15 in the morning, and then you can go out and score a goal 9 seconds in every night?
No.
No. Oh.
Uh-oh. That's the Chris Pronger, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah.
I've heard that one before, unfortunately. So, Jackson, that will not be required.
I was going to send little quotes, the tough keep going.
Oh, inspirational messages, too.
Fire up the boys. Fire up the boys.
That'll get you going every morning at 6:15 when the phone goes off. And also, it should be, some people will point to Jim Montgomery, and hey, that's all well and good, but I'd like to point out you boys have 7 of 8 possible points ever since Dylan Holloway told Zach Bolduc to take his shirt off, and I think that's something that might need to be addressed as well.
You think that's the reason?
Well, gosh, there's another one that went nowhere.
Yeah, right there. There it is again.
That's more a question. I just wanted to see you keep going with that one.
Yeah, see, Doug, I'm on to something.
All right. Well, the team sure is going well.
Yeah, how about that on Tuesday night? I realized the Jets, are on a slide, but either way, the way they came out is, bat out of hell to start the season. And you guys, Jim Montgomery said you guys, there was a scoreless first period, but the first period is what set up the second period. It just continues. What is going on, and why is the team firing on the all cylinders that you are right now?
Yeah, I think a couple things. First of all, it felt like it's been like 5 years since we beat Winnipeg in Winnipeg. That's something that was, for guys that have been here for a while, was pissing a lot of guys off. And, it was really exciting to not only win the game, but win the game in that kind of fashion. And obviously, we haven't done so well against Central Division teams so far this year. I know we've only played 4 games against them, but and that's another thing that's really important. And obviously going after the ones that are tied at the top is a great start. And we got a lot of division games left in this season. So I think it puts us on a good path moving forward. And I think just excitement for big games like that and seeing everyone step up and, came from all over the lineup, and it's really exciting and fun to be a part of. I think that's another thing is you can just see it even in practice yesterday, just the fun, and guys are feeling really good.
Yeah, you hear people talking about the room. Do you notice a big difference just in the room doing the regular mundane day-to-day stuff now that the team is winning?
That always comes with winning and little streaks, and so I would say, it's definitely a part of it right now.
Something that I was asked about by a guy who loves the game and made this observation. I'm curious, and you will be able to speak to it from inside the room. Binnington has that just sick performance on Saturday night against the Flyers. Steals a point, really, for you guys. And then logically, you'd go, okay, well, then he's going to get the start the next game against Winnipeg. But that's where Joel Hofer's from, and he's going to get a chance, if he does play, to play in front of friends and family. And that putting him in net, that's the kind of thing that guys who play appreciate when a coach and a team recognizes the importance of that stuff. And he was wondering, and I said, I'll ask Robert when he's on, if that's something that's noticeable to guys in the room and builds equity. Is that something that you guys talked about at all on Tuesday when he got the nod?
Yeah, stuff like that are little things that go a long way for a lot of people. Obviously, we really wanted that shutout for Hof. that would have been really cool for him. Obviously, a big statement win is something you can't complain about. But yeah, little things like that, and whether it's starting in your hometown or playing like in that instance. I remember my first year I got scratched in Toronto, and that one really hurt me. That one stung me for a little while. So I know it's really important to guys, and it's something that it goes a long way with people.
Who scratched you and who hurt you?
We won't get into that one.
Wait, so your feelings hurt. But you played in Toronto since.
I was definitely not happy about it.
I bet.
See, so these are the little things that if you're not in the room, it actually matters. And when this guy texted me, what was the non-ling, Doug? And he said, he goes, ask Robert about that, ask Rivers about it. He goes, I'm telling you, that kind of stuff matters in a hockey locker room. That kind of guys appreciate that, and it's the other players who appreciate. And it's not like Binnington will be pissed. He'll be like, yeah, I get it, and that stuff matters. And you hear Robert telling a story about in Toronto and how it mattered to you. Something that Jamie Rivers was saying when he was with us yesterday, Robert, and I'm curious if there has been a mindset change amongst you guys, is he goes, this is a team, now that you're back and healthy, now that Broberg's back and healthy, and now with the way that you're playing, this is a dangerous potential playoff team. And just 2 weeks ago, I was at the game when you guys played the Wild. It was, kind of a sleepy game, for lack of a better term, battling to pick up points. And now it's like, man, beware, the Blues are coming to town. Has the mindset amongst you guys changed as well, as far as what the potential for this team can be in the 2024-2025 season?
Yeah, I don't think it's changed too much. As a team, we had a good belief. We knew we could be a good team. We knew it could be a sneaky team. Yeah. I don't think a lot of people expected the team that, especially as of late, has been playing. But when we get going, we're a deep team. We got 4 great lines. Every line's got a role, and lately those lines have been far exceeding their roles, and it's an exciting time to be a player when you get that kind of depth, especially in forwards. I mean, you obviously have great goaltending and good D, but I'll just speak for the forwards because I'm a part of it. But it's really exciting when you get excited for other guys. You see younger guys making big plays. I mean, Hawley's been amazing lately. Boldy has had some really great games as well. It gets you excited, and it's amazing seeing your teammates succeed, and I think that's what's really been exciting lately.
Have you had the morning skate yet today? Are those things get to be a pain, or do you enjoy that on the road?
Depends. So some rinks are far from the hotel. Some rinks are really close.
What's the situation with the Saddle Dome?
It's like a 5-minute drive, 10-minute drive. It's really close. But no, I'm a morning skate guy. I like morning skating.
Was it the original goal of that to make sure guys didn't stay out too late the night before?
That's my belief.
I don't know. I find to get a way better nap when I morning skate.
Yeah, the morning skate gets you a way better nap. They take the siesta in the afternoons. My understanding is because of the Taylor Swift series of concerts in Vancouver, you boys are going to get a few extra nights in Edmonton because there aren't hotels available in Vancouver.
Yep, that is a true story and a very sad story, too.
Because you can't be there for the concert, or you just got to stay in Edmonton?
Ever since we had the bubble in Edmonton, that hotel haunts me.
Oh, is that right? Now, is this a case of a haunted hotel, like the one that the Cardinals deal with in Milwaukee, or you just think back to that time and it actually mentally haunts you?
No, it's a good hotel. It just mentally haunts me.
Yeah.
When you're in it for 35 days in a row.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it was. So it's a place I'd like to spend as little time as possible.
Oh, yeah, that's understandable.
So I'm not looking forward to this one.
And Taylor Swift, gotcha. You a Taylor Swift fan?
Yeah, she did.
Are you a fan of her work?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm flying 6 hours to a Taylor Swift concert, but if she was in St. Louis, I'd love to go. Yeah.
All right, there you go, Doug.
Okay, that counts.
Yeah, all right, that's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, I don't think she's coming here though.
She's not. She's wrapping up the tour in Vancouver, as a matter of fact, and that's why they got to stick around in Edmonton. I got to ask you about the Four Nations announcement yesterday. Were you surprised, disappointed? What's the reaction to that?
Yeah, obviously super pumped for Binner and Federko. As a team that we're not in kind of the. St. Louis is a great hockey town, but from kind of the outside looking in, not so many people watch the Blues, and super pumped. Obviously, Binner has been the guy here for a long time and super underrated. Same with Federko. The impact they have on the game is super underrated, and for a lot of people, they don't know how good they are. And I'm super excited for them to get the opportunity to kind of show the rest of the world just how good of players they are, and the players we see every night. So I'm super pumped for them. I'm definitely disappointed. I really wish to be a part of it, and things happen, but the cool part is you get another chance at it next year. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
I'm sure your injury had a lot to do with that, didn't it? You couldn't play there for so long. Yeah,
maybe part of it. There's a multiple reasons, but definitely disappointed I'm not a part of it.
Does that light a fire under your ass?
I would say so. Yeah.
Nice. You don't need Jackson texting you at 6:15 now.
No. Shoot.
You're taking a lot of heat on this one, Jackson.
Yes.
Welcome to my world, brother.
Yeah, brother, this is 4 hours a day. You're just getting a little piece of it.
I live in the sin bin.
Yeah. So you think there's a possibility, or, and hey, I don't want to put you in a weird spot here, but I'm just putting two and two together, that if maybe you're going to have quote unquote higher profile teams get guys on there because that can play a role in the selection of it?
No, I wasn't saying it like that. How was I trying to say it?
Well, you're all right. The other side of it is Binnington and Federko, if people aren't necessarily watching the Blues unless you're going on the Cup run, that they're going to get a chance to see how good those guys are. You were taking it from that angle.
That was more my point.
Got it.
A lot of people. Yeah, it's a hockey town in St. Louis, and we have a great market. Do a lot of other big medias, and all those guys see the Blues as much now, and that's what I'm excited for those two guys. Is like I was saying, they have such a huge impact on our team and our community, and everyone knows how good they are in St. Louis, and I'm excited for the rest of the world to find out.
See, he's looking at it from a selfless hockey mindset. I'm looking at it from the a-hole mindset, and of course, that's how I would think.
Right.
And that's why I would be bad in the room.
I don't know.
That's why I would be bad in the room.
Don't sell yourself short to me.
I think that's 100% what it is. Robert, we always enjoy the conversation. Know you got business to tend to today with the morning skate and this evening's festivities against the Flames. We always appreciate when you take time out to join us. Thanks so much, man, and best of luck this evening.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, man. That's Robert Thomas with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, talking it over. That's that hockey mindset. Those are the guys you want to be in a foxhole with.
Well, that's why he's a captain, too.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah. That's the name of the game right there.
The reason he was able to make this Canadian trip is because when he got in his driveway a couple of days ago, the door opened up, and he was able to drive out.
Thank you to Jason Gosrow.
Probably Jason Gosrow had a lot to do with it in his company, Schaefer Door Company. Now, I don't know that Robert Thomas even needed any maintenance, but if he did, he would know that Schaefer Door Company is the place to call. They also have that special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend for whatever reason. That's usually when they go. You get in your car on Monday morning, whoops, the door won't go up, whoops, the door won't go down, whoops, yes, the door. And so Schaefer Door is right there to get you taken care of. It's best to call or text at 636-782-3608. That will get you the quickest response time. Okay, I'll repeat it. 636-782-3608. 3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. I've had Schaefer Door out to my house, and I can tell you firsthand, these people do outstanding work. They did for me, and they will do for you as well. It's SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Sponsor of the app here on 101 ESPN, and also there is a separate TMA STL app, just like there are two different YouTube chats going on right now. And you've got the TMA STL YouTube chat and the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. Plus, you can email in for what's coming up, which is the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. So far in the month of December, Buck Swope with 2 wins. Bill Gapes, not Gates,
no.
Gapes, has a win as well. Buck Swope leading so far with 2 wins. Send your emails in, see if you can compete. You know, if you're a 101 listener, just becoming familiar with the show, maybe you've got the goods. You know, Buck Swope wasn't born Buck Swope.
No,
he became
That's exactly
Buck
right.
Swope.
Yeah.
Bill Gapes wasn't born Bill Gapes.
Probably not. They would have changed that name at Ellis Island, probably.
Now, West County Turkey Baster was born.
That actually is
Sure,
true.
Yeah.
Baster was the last name.
That's correct.
His first name is West. His middle name is County.
And confirmation name is
Yeah, Turkey's just a nickname.
Yeah.
So compete. See if you can compete. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, you have Where the Wild Takes Are, which is a play on Where the Wild Things Are, a book that you read as a tyke. Is that what we got?
Yeah. Yeah, and
Is this different than Who's Grifting?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Who's grifting is a rare occurrence because I want to make it special when it's someone's
Well,
really
I feel like
grifting.
Who's Grifting is hourly in our industry.
Yeah, but only some deserve to be highlighted.
Okay, well, we got Where the Wild Takes Are, and I can't wait to hear it. That's coming up. Next, then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. This program is TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL and 101 ESPN YouTube channels. The Morning After, presented by Brown & Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Watch the show. Rank who you would like to date.
Well, if you please. Among the show members?
Who
or
else?
just anyone in general?
No, the show members, bro.
Oh. Okay.
I'm available tonight.
Are you?
And feeling naughty. So just as it's an FYI, I'm not campaigning.
What comes over you when you feel naughty?
I feel a dopamine rush and a tingle, like a growth spurt's coming on. When in reality, there's never been one.
Well, it's never too late. A lot of people hit their growth spurt in their
48?
mid-40s.
Yeah. I think it's time.
Could happen.
5'7". We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Compete. Longtime 101 listeners, see if you can compete with Buck Swope. See if you can compete with Bill Gates. Maybe this is your time. It's not too late in the month to see if you can do it. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Meanwhile, Jackson has Where the Wild Takes Are. What is this?
Yeah,
it sounds like a sketch or a bit to me.
I mean, a little.
Okay.
I mean, there's some. It's kind of natural.
I just like who's grifting, but I don't know what Where the Wild Takes Are.
It's kind of a play on my old little bit where it was takes gone sideways.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of
Is there any difference outside of the name between Where the Wild Takes Are and Takes Gone Sideways?
No. Okay. But I kind of like Where the Wild Takes Are better.
Yeah.
Because I really like the book. And James Gandolfini was in the movie.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. He was a cuddly little... All right, let's get into it.
He was cuddly?
He plays one of the little monsters things.
Oh, okay. Well, I missed it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Check it out.
Okay.
Yola.
We got... who would be like DreamWorks? I'm in the pocket of big DreamWorks. This is Joe Bonino, who, if I'm not mistaken...
Friend of the show.
He works at WFAN, but he was just a caller into WFAN, and they gave him a show, right?
Chairman Kurt was
Chairman
just
Kurt.
doing TikToks and look at me sitting at the dais.
You're Kurt Bonino. He was so frustrated by the Jets' performance, he claimed he got ill from it. Take a listen.
This season has been just one hideous loss after another. This loss was so bad yesterday that I actually got COVID from it. And I am blaming, no, I'm serious. I'm blaming the Jets because I was weak after this game.
Well, it's unbelievable. And how you feeling, by the way? You feeling all right?
I mean, how do I feel? I mean, I don't feel great. I went to the doctor today. He gave me, he shot me up a little bit.
Nice.
I got medication. I mean, I'm not dying, but
What they diagnosed you as? Jet-induced COVID?
No, there's no question. I completely blame my football team for this.
Doug, I have to tell you, I know for many, especially here in the Midwest, that dialect is grating, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I'm sure it works great in New York.
It makes me giggle.
Yeah, it does. It's like they're kidding. It's like it's a put on or something, but it isn't.
You ever caught anything when one of your teams lost, Doug?
No, I haven't. I don't take the losses that seriously.
I caught a little
loss caused COVID.
Yeah, I got a little something back in August when the Cardinals dropped a Tuesday night game to the Pirates.
What'd you get?
A little clap.
Oh, got the clap.
Boy, that's aggressive. Happens to the best of them, though, Doug.
Didn't we talk about Valtrex yesterday or something like that?
Yeah.
Body jelly.
New sponsor. A second Where the Wild Takes Are?
Now, this one's a little bit more newsworthy, I would say.
Oh, wow.
This is a clip from the Dan Le Batard show in 2015 where they had
Rob Manfred on talking about the golden at bat, which he said in a podcast with John Ourand last month, and by last month I mean a couple of weeks ago, that owners are considering the golden at bat, which has certainly made its way around baseball and podcast and radio circuits. Here is Rob Manfred 9 years ago on the Dan Le Batard show, and the Dan Le Batard producers pulled this to hashtag hold them accountable.
Hey, if I may, let me present you with a radical change.
Oh, no.
If I may.
Okay. No.
All right?
Oh, for the love of
I like
God.
to call it, Commissioner, I like to call it the magic at bat, okay? Now just hear me out for a second, okay?
No.
Commissioner, when you go to an NBA game, okay, you are guaranteed you're going to see LeBron James or Dwayne Wade or Kevin Durant or West. You're guaranteed to see those guys play 35, 40 minutes, which is basically like 90, 95% of the entire game.
Let's get to it.
In baseball, when I go to a Marlins game, I'm only going to see 4 at-bats at Stanton. So I want to implement what I like to call the magic at bat, where each manager at any time during the game,
for the love of God,
can go with, because Commissioner, I'm not going to see a pitcher hit. I'm not going to see a shortstop hit. I'm going to see Stanton hit. So 4 to 5 magic at bats for each manager, where he can put Stanton in whenever he wants. And
Speed it up!
And there's smoke, and the kids love magic,
You're
Commissioner.
wasting this man's time.
What do you think?
I'm with your friend. You're wasting my time.
Yes.
I think that's a crazy idea.
Uh-oh.
Well,
receipts.
Well, now he kind of likes the idea. Huh?
Golden at bat. I have to say, having listened to the podcast, he wasn't like, oh, I'm glad you asked because we were about to implement this golden at bat. It was something that he said it's something that's getting talked about by owners. It's not something that is close to happening. Like the automated strike zone, I think, is actually close to happening. I don't think it's a 2025 thing.
I think they're going to try it out at spring training.
But it became such red meat for our particular industry because it's so absurd, and it has like a 100% disapproval rating amongst fans that you can give your take as loud as you want and know you will meet no resistance. It's perfect if you want to get yourself some likes.
That's
and
a good
engagement.
observation. It is.
No, yeah, man, that's the game.
Yeah.
See, I see this industry through a different lens because I'm bigger and better than it. Does that come off wrong?
Right. Well, you, for many years, were bigger than the events you covered.
Thank you. The 2011 World Series is more remembered for the fact that I sold my tickets to a guy on the corner than David Freese's home run.
I think so.
And Doug, where were you for that game?
I was in the right field parking lot.
Doing a live shot on KMOV and telling people that a game's going on behind you.
I'd hear the crowd go absolutely nuts, and then my TV was maybe 15 seconds behind trying to figure out what happened. It was really a wonderful game. Wonderful way to watch the biggest game in Cardinal history, probably.
Was it a little cold that evening?
It was freezing.
It was kind of cold.
Yeah.
That's what makes a home run even more impressive. That ball had to fly is what it had to do. Mark Hanna sent a text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox when I brought up Schnur to Dulick, 4th and 25. Was that the 1991?
Don't know the years, Tim.
District championship game between St. Louis U High and Melville? I think it was, but it could have been the state semifinals. And he was really unhappy that I brought that up as a Melville Panther. And I'd like to apologize to Mark Hanna because I think he might be one of the finest people I've ever met in my life. And he is online at Evergreen Wealth Strategies, and the website is evergreenstl.com. That's evergreenstl.com. Or call Mark Hanna at 314-889-0503. I am telling you, I wish, I guess if I could have a couple putts back in my life, Doug, I would have stayed on the Propecia, not Yola. And I would have gotten a financial advisor, both in my 20s.
Okay.
Those are
Which is more important? The
financial advisor, honestly, because the ball thing, you can't fix the height, the narcissism, the lopsided head. So what does it matter appearance-wise? But the financial advisor thing, that
game changer.
Telling you, and Mark Hanna is a wonderful person. 314-889-0503. A 15-minute call will make your life better. I am telling you that you will feel better about the world and your situation when you call that number, 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Calgary Flames right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 7 p.m., puck drops at 8 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. This is TMA. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in our final segment. Earlier on the program, in the 10 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, Robert Thomas with us. Charlie Marlo in studio for the entirety of the 9 o'clock hour. Bernie Federko in the 8 o'clock hour. And we didn't get a chance to really discuss Benji Molina's comments yesterday with the whole show because he left at about 10:15. Martin was continuing to onboard at that point. And so the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA today was a discussion of that. And it sounds like a lot of fans are on board with the idea of Yadier Molina being the Cardinal manager. And then certainly there are some who are hesitant because they don't know if the Cardinals going down that road with a first-time manager again is the best move for the franchise. If you missed the Benji Molina interview, it's up on YouTube. It's also on the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. Those are presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. And the TMA social media channels, Chairman Kurt cutting up a video and sending those out. TMA STL on Twitter, TMA_STL on Instagram, and TMA STL on TikTok is where you can see those clips. James Carlton will present Gabe DeArmond tomorrow here on TMA for Conference Championship game week. Is there any game, Doug, that you are really looking forward to this weekend? Because Texas is thinking about resting Quinn Ewers, so I'm not sure the SEC Championship's carrying as much weight as it did when it was Georgia, Alabama last year.
I'll probably still watch that one, though. Penn State, Oregon looks like a really good game.
I'm intrigued by that. That's a nighttime game going up at the same time against the one game that actually has an impact, and that's Clemson and SMU.
Iowa State, Arizona State, that's like the game.
I guess Clemson SMU can impact another team. Iowa State, Arizona State, whoever wins it is in. Whoever doesn't is playing some game on a weekday at 2 in the afternoon. It's a wide delta, baby.
Georgia, Texas, I feel like they might play their second stringers. It's like, what's the point?
I got a spot on this stuff, man. I'm telling you, with these TV deals and these conference championship games. That is all coming up here on the program. James Carlton sponsors the Colonel. James is my insurance agent. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. 400 5-star reviews for James and his staff when you go online on Google. And this is not just like, hey, I'm going to read some copy. I actually have been a James Carlton client for almost 6 years now, 5.5 years, and my family has made the switch. I love working with James and his staff, and I recommend you do as well. And you go, oh, I already work with somebody, and I know them, and they're a family friend. It's going to be awkward. That's fine. Let me ask you this, though.
Oh, okay.
This is a rhetorical question, but if you want to answer it, you're welcome to.
Okay, I'll try.
The 3 minutes at the most of an awkward conversation versus the lifetime of satisfaction, fulfillment, and comfort knowing you and your family are with the best. Which one do you prefer? I'll let you answer amongst yourselves today.
Okay.
To me, the answer is obvious. You make the switch. CarltonInsurance.net, 314-961-4800. They do all the paperwork for you. It's James Carlton, longtime sponsor here on TMA and the Tim McKernan Show podcast. We'll take a break, come back with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug wants to do 5 hours. Sorry, only 4 hours today.
Oh, come on.
Only 4 today. Maybe Jackson and I will do QFTA today.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
That didn't sound like a lot of passion. You picked up on that, Chairman Kurt.
Yeah, I did too.
Doug picked up on it.
I'm Switzerland on this one.
I'm always available.
Interesting. We'll look into that. Send your emails in for QFTA, by the way. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Come sit on Santa's lap and tell me how good of a boy you've been this year, I say as I observe the line to see me has wrapped around the corner. My right leg begins to fall asleep as a heavier set boy named Bill sits down and further begins to cut off circulation. What do you want this year, boy? I ask. With confidence, he claims that Hot Octopus recently placed an advert in AVN Men for their new toy, the Pulse Solo Essential.
What?
It's USB chargeable and comes with 6 pre-programmed modes, he excitedly claims. And the new oscillation movements really excite me. I told Bill that if he continues to be a good boy, perhaps Santy will place that treasure in his pink boy stocking.
Okay. All right, that's enough.
You want me to cut off this beautiful tale?
Well, how much longer is it?
It's only 3 more paragraphs.
Oh, gosh.
And it's 10:58.
Well, maybe just tell us who it was and we'll move on to the other emails.
Bill Gapes for you, Doug.
Bill Gapes. All right.
You. This is different. This is Bill Gapes for you. So that's different than Bill Gapes.
Well, I think it's probably the same guy. Now I got another one. Okay.
I'm still emotionally scarred from last Thursday when I witnessed my Uncle Greg inhale 24 chicken wings and an entire pumpkin pie before noon. Here's the thing. My mom didn't make any chicken wings. My uncle hit up Wingstop on his way to Thanksgiving dinner for a pregame snack. The most concerning part was the fact that he brought his own bottle of ranch dressing with his initials monogrammed on the label and licked the spout before he put the cap back on.
Oh.
It was the most Jefferson County thing I've ever seen. I'm also pretty sure I witnessed the precise moment my nephew got the diabetes.
Oh.
Have you ever seen a movie villain with one of those rings with a false top that slides over so he can dump poison in someone's drink? My 220-pound nephew had one of those rings filled with powdered sugar so he could sprinkle it on his sweet potatoes. Imagine my surprise when I saw an 11-year-old taking blood pressure medicine. To make matters worse, my Aunt Terry was holed up in the bathroom for 45 minutes, absolutely spray painting the commode with her own brand of brownies a la mode.
Come on now.
Oh, that rhymed. Yeah, that was nice. That was fun. Like a limerick. I was not prepared to come face to face with leftover old lady mud by the time my cousin went on a political rant. The clogged toilet actually didn't seem so bad after all. There are a few things as awkward as that staged group photo right after the family degenerate just finished yelling obscenities at the TV because he took the Bears money line while your wingnut cousin calls your grandparents spineless sheeple. The other major winter holiday is less than 3 weeks away, and we get to do it all over again. Doug, that's the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And
today.
And finally, okie dokie, kokie dokie. Great to have Chuckles Marlo back like Brian McCann wearing the 1-6 from his glorious run on Nick and the Badger through his wonderful tenure running point during the bygone era when Tim would bolt to Vegas for weeks at a time each summer. Charlie was the less irritable but equally condescending towards the texters, ying to Prod Joe's yang. He knows St. Louis but is not from St. Louis and thus gives 0 Fs whose toes he steps on. Like when he went after professional liar Kevin Demoff. Charlie's not afraid to tackle the stories that others won't, like Lydia Moss Bradley going 6 for 6 in unsolved child murders, or Doug Vaughn's raging tuna fish addiction. I especially appreciate Charlie's candor when it comes to the Cardinals, even if he's mostly checked out these days because they're boring and non-competitive, but he'll still pop up on YouTube when there's a managerial change, or when their big off-season free agent signing switches from catcher to DH 1 month into a 5-year deal. I don't care about Ohio State football, but I enjoy Charlie's hot takes on them Buckeyes. Speaking of Buckeyes, let's give Libby Jack a Buckeye on his helmet for his work on the drops today. Hearing Doug's reaction to the drop where Charlie admitted Doug was never going to leave his wife for me, so I figured I might as well marry a woman, was the highlight of the show. Libby Jack needs to follow Charlie's lead and just stop caring what the texters think about his infatuation with the NBA. I'd love to see Libby Jack come in tomorrow dressed like a Hoosier with a Tatum jersey over his hoodie. You do you, boo. That's Buck Swope, and that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today.
He was not vile. I'm going to go Buck Swope.
Bill Gapes.
JV golf coach.
Vile, both of them.
Buck Swope has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Congratulations to Buck Swope. You have won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. We got to go. Bye.